Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a Ko-Fi, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patreon, so I'm going to do a very quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unimento, M, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Kinda Bear, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Ridge Ranger, Abraham Hamid, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
What's good? What's good? What's on the schedule today, guys?
We'll probably do that
I see
video you
Brian
suggested.
posted something about, if Nathan allows it, something about why we only see one face of the moon.
No, we're not going to be in La La Land again.
Yeah,
One day's fine.
I was just gonna say.
A bit of advanced heliocentrism now and again is no bad thing. Keeps us frosty. But no, I'm not going to spend another day in La La Land. No, thank you.
No, it's
I didn't
not
want
worth
to
it,
spend
no.
one day in La La Land, and when I said something, I was right, and I got told to shut up. I said, so you mean to tell me that you would rather just say Earth is measured flat than go through all of this nonsense? It was the wrong time to make a joke, I guess.
Well, yeah, you're leaning on an attitude that I would typically punt and have done 99% of this year. But as I say, I have no objection to people discussing advanced aspects of heliocentrism. If there's a misunderstanding, then that needs to be cleared up. I don't know if it actually was in the end when Adam came along and set everyone straight. I hope he was listened to. I don't know yet. We'll find out.
Yeah, I think he cleared up, but Brian still thinks that he's not that he's right or wrong, but that he's onto something. I thought he meant that, like, he has to be spinning, like when Elijah was walking. If he was on something that was constantly spinning and also going around that little bag he had, I thought that's what Brian was talking about, but it's really not, because it has to do with timing, right?
It just has to do
Over the
with whether or
course
not
of a month or a day?
just whether or not it's rotating. And the description for whether or not it's rotating is with respect to its own axis. So regardless, if you're on a roundabout and as a consequence of you being on the outside edge of it, you're facing in all different directions, then you are rotating about your axis.
Yeah, that thing was moving, that little diagram, because when you blot out the center and don't pay attention to it, you could see it going around, but I understand what he was saying.
Anyway, let's not rehash the whole thing.
Yeah. Sounds good.
Yeah, we'll probably cover the video that Mush sent yesterday that he said he hadn't watched.
Well, which one? The why flat earthers are good at debates?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just scrolling up now, see if I can find it from yesterday. Quite a lot of messaging been going on in Master B.
But
here we go.
that man was in the chat yesterday, and he was like, what a time to come back. When it was in the middle of the heat, Brian and John going at it. Ted Bear writes, what a time to come back.
Who's this, Neil? Bev?
No,
You talking about Bev?
Ted Man was in the chat.
Oh, Tent Man. Okay, yeah, I've seen him in the Skype. How come he doesn't join the panel? He's not ready yet, or too busy?
Yeah, he's got his wife to take care of. So I guess when he goes in the chat, he's got a little time. But he knows if he gets on, it's going to consume, you know,
Do you guys
a
have
lot
any
of
news?
time rather than just going to
Are,
chat.
are things moving in a how to call it, better direction? Things getting better with his family issues? Any news on
I
that?
don't know. You got to talk to him about it, or Adam. Him and Adam. Adam's helping him out with some stuff. So I don't know.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, my wife always used to tell me, when she listens to everybody, she's like, that's her favorite person because he explains things nicely and he's always calm. And so Paula mentioned a few times to me, like, she likes listening to Tent Man. She likes hearing his explanations, the way he explains, because he's always calm and he explains things well. Very detailed. And I think I told you guys, like, when QE brought up the slope-a-dope argument one time on 24/7, she was like, she was doing yoga in the back, right? And we're listening to QE talking about the slope-a-dope, right? Explaining the horizon and giving the definition of a slope and saying how it's paradox. And she was like, holy fuck, that is the best fucking argument I ever heard.
Don't swear.
And like I said, my wife doesn't throw the F-bomb so lightly, man. But her eyes were open and she was like, that was the best fucking argument I ever heard.
Please don't
And I
swear.
literally unmuted myself right away and I told QE exactly what she told me. I'm sorry, Nathan. What'd you say?
Please don't swear.
Oh, okay.
There are kids present, right?
At the moment, there are, yeah.
Sorry, dude.
That's all right. Don't worry.
Morning,
Morning.
afternoon.
Good
Afternoon.
morning, good morning. Good morning to everybody who just showed up.
Professor Dave's back. He made a video about Eric Dubay. It's number one on YouTube search results at the moment.
Of course. I would expect
No
nothing
surprise there.
I
less.
think they could make something about, like, make a video about something else besides somebody.
Well, like proving Earth's a sphere. Globe proof's all about
Perish
attacking
the
flat
thought,
earthers,
right?
isn't it?
I didn't hear what you said, Nathan.
So globe proof's all about attacking flat earthers.
Yes, Nathan. That's all it's about. There is no globe proof.
But all their actual claim to be evidence of a globe uses flat earth measurements.
Which they'll turn around and attack if you point that out.
Or deny that they're dealing with the ground when they start out by trying to prove the ground spherical. Give you an example that uses flat earth measurements. You point out it uses flat earth measurements. They tell you it's not the ground.
Right. That elevation angle has nothing to do with elevation.
Or the ground.
Right?
What you're measuring isn't what you're measuring.
Not when it's flat, no. When they're happy to use it when it's proving their sphere in their mind after measuring Earth flat, then they're happy to use those flat Earth measurements.
Happy to skip step one.
Yeah, then they'll say, I'll give you a flat earth. No, you won't, buddy. You ain't giving me nothing. You need our flat earth.
You know, it should have been obvious to us with the Mason symbol. It's a square and a compass. A square is used to measure level and or perpendiculars, right? And the compass is used to create a circle, flat circle.
Yeah.
It is always in your face, isn't it?
When you say in your
Yeah.
face, I wouldn't exactly say that Freemasonry, if that's the comparison that we're drawing, and the square and compass is a very good tool in literal and physical and metaphorical senses to make this point. But when you say it's in your face, not really.
It's all about hindsight, you know. It's like, oh yeah, gas does fill space. You know, a lot of that comes down to that. It's just remembering, you know, what is true.
Hold on, Nathan. It was constantly in our face. Every time they said level, sea level, horizontal. We just
No.
didn't pick up on it.
No, I'm talking about the square and compass and Freemasonry.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean like everything. You know, like I remember that what was it? The survey book. And there was it's basically the picture is a guy with a ruler over a dome, you know, that's supposed to be the Earth, and that was for making maps. Was it the Atlas or was it? I don't remember what book it was.
I had to
Anyway, I'm
basically
sure if
show
you
that to my son the other day. I had to show that to my son on a ball with a square. I had to explain to him, Jacob, it does not work. It has to be flat to get any measurements, to do any type of navigation, to do any type of mapping. It don't work. You can't get any measurements off a ball.
Did you show him the
Well, Neil, maybe your
horizontal
son
plane
believes in
or
spherical
not?
triangles. Sorry, John.
No, I talk enough. You go ahead, man.
I was just gonna say maybe Neil's son believes in spherical triangles. You know, the ones that have sum of angles over 180 and under 540.
Yeah, but where do they come from? The inference of the PZX triangle, right, is still projected up and out from the equatorial plane to plot those points on the sphere surface, which is actually the protractor. So they still have their origin, the spherical triangles, in flat Earth derivations. It makes no difference. You're going to need a flat Earth for your PZX triangle. Next time it flashes up on the slides, I'll pause it and show you what I mean.
Yeah, exactly. See, but my son, he has closed his ears and his eyes. He don't want to know. He knows, but he doesn't want to accept it because it comes against everything that he likes, I guess. But he's perfectly happy thinking that all flat earthers are dumb. But deep down inside, he knows because you can't get around what I was showing him. And I said, I can't even have a conversation with you anymore if you don't want to understand what I'm saying. If you're choosing to just close your ears, then I can't have a conversation with you.
Well, I think most people are just not ready for social implications, Neil. Just think of how his friends would react, and you know what I mean? If he started talking FE around his friends or
What
in public
friends?
somewhere.
Hold on.
Just look what
What
happens, man.
friends? He's got his two brothers as his friends and his cousins. Look, this ain't 1980 where you went out and you hung out. Those days are over. He's got
That's true.
nothing socially that's going to
true, man.
cause him problems.
I started thinking about how many people I lost on Facebook in the last couple of years.
Yeah,
Probably
man.
probably four or five. Four or five
How many people you
that, you know,
lost on
at one point I
Facebook?
thought they loved.
Oh no.
Yeah, man. Not
You know what?
Facebook,
Anyone
yeah.
who wants to, I talk to everyone about flat Earth, and if anyone wants to drop you over flat Earth, they weren't a good friend to begin with.
That's kind of how I feel, but I'm not gonna lie. Like it doesn't, you know, like I didn't sit down for a minute and be like, well, there's a few people I don't see anymore. You know?
I think it may be too obvious, and that's why it's so hard to accept. It's just too easy to understand. It's got to be more difficult than that. It can't be that simple, right?
That's a good point. That's a good point. It's too easy to live.
Man, I always thought, like, how's it even, like, when you start thinking about these things, man, how is it even possible, dude, to make people believe that they're spinning on a globe that's wobbling and shooting through vacuum at 66,000 miles an hour, while literally no one ever felt the earth move? We all experience planar existence. It's, yeah. Like, when you think about these things, man, like, how is this even possible? That the whole society fell for this, that we were able to be programmed like this.
You
When
sound
everything
like me,
goes,
Mighty Mush.
everything they claim goes against our senses. All the senses tell us that we're stationary and that it plane our existence, right? Including the common sense. To make everyone believe they were spinning on a globe, shooting through vacuum while breathing fresh air, feeling no motion. It's just mind-boggling, man. And like, yeah, like John said, like maybe it's because it's too obvious in front of your eyes your whole life. Too simple, yeah, I don't know. It's a magic trick of all magic tricks. And in my opinion, it's always been about the control of the mind. Like there, once you give up all your senses at early age, and you believe these quote unquote scientists or whatever authority, you're gonna pretty much believe anything they tell you on later on in life. Because you already gave up your common sense and the most basic understanding of your reality.
Yeah, but you're taught that's your reality. That's the problem. This is what they're teaching you your reality is.
I think about that. I think about like what is a scientist? You know, I think about movies and whatnot, and you watch people and they call themselves scientists, and they're doing things that may be science, but they're they're more direct. This dude's a chemist, you know. This dude's a weatherman, you know. Like, but what's a scientist? What's an earth scientist?
Without experiment, it's not science.
Without experiment, it's not natural science for sure.
I got that from
Matthew
QE.
put up a Matthias put up a video just on the chat on the live chat uh, that was pretty decent about saying just that you know if it can't step up to experimentation, then it's wrong. That was Feynman, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, that was.
Yeah, if it disagrees with the experiment, it's wrong.
It's kind of obvious in it.
Gas fills space, man. It doesn't get much more obvious. But I think that's the beauty of it. I think that's why we're still here.
Yeah. Well, we was raised up in a fantasy world. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say we were raised in a fantasy world. And if that's all you've ever known, reality would hit you like a wet fish, you know. I mean, well, it did me. Some people took to it easier than others, but it can be hard.
Yeah, the video I made and posted earlier was it was reviewing
You're roboting, man.
You're breaking up.
Matthias is breaking up, man.
While you're quiet, I'm gonna just say they do it bit by bit, you know, they do it incrementally, I guess. Like you see it, like I'm watching my daughter grow up and I see them implant things in everything that she does, or everything she has to watch, everything that she has to hear, you know. And you know, you think like that's a cool thing to think, you know, reach for the stars, kid. But then you think, oh man, you probably can't touch the stars, kid.
Yeah, it's the fantasy though that you can reach them, that you can touch them, that nothing is impossible. You know, that's what's so appealing.
It was interesting. I was speaking to a honest Glober today in politics. I actually asked him, you know, why do you believe you're on this spinning ball? And he said, well, because I was taught at school and I was never allowed to question it. Oh, great. Good answer. Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect, bro. So that you go right away, like, which one is a belief, right? Because when people tell me, like, oh, wait, you believe in flat earth? I'm like, no, nope, I don't believe in anything, man. I experience the reality the way I experience it, right? The earth never moved for me. It presents itself as motionless. And I've never seen a curve in my life. No beliefs at all. But then I go like, okay, but wait, you telling me that you believe that you live on the globe? And you believe that you're spinning and wobbling right now and flying through universe at 60,000 miles an hour? Is that a belief or do you experience that? People have no answers for this. And you know what else I noticed, guys? I think I mentioned this before. Like, whenever I mention this 66.6 thousand miles an hour that you're shooting through this vacuum, at least 50% of the people were like, what are you talking about? Right? Like, people understand that they're wobbling, right, on this axis, but a lot of people don't know that there's another claim, which is the trajectory of the Earth around the sun on its annual journey, right? And that's 66 point whatever, 7,000 miles an hour. And a lot of people are not aware of this. When I talk to them in reality, not online. Because I remember my cousin and my brother-in-law, they were like, what? When I said like, well, you believe, I told them exactly the same scenario, right? You believe that you're spinning, wobbling, and shooting through this vacuum at 66.6 thousand miles an hour. And my brother-in-law was like, wait a second, what are you talking about? What are you, 60? Then I explained it to him, yeah, you believe that you're in a globe, and what makes a year for you is your movement around the sun. And you're flying on this globe through this infinite vacuum at 66.7 thousand miles an hour while breathing fresh air and experiencing no motion. And he was like puzzled. He's like, I didn't know that, you know what I mean? Like they flying around. I'm like, yeah, dude, what do you think it makes you a year on your globe? You right now you believe, and you calling me a flat earth believer. I'm like, right now you believe that you're spinning, wobbling, and shooting through this vacuum at 66,000 miles an hour. And he was confused.
You know,
You
that's
know, I
just
didn't want to
the.
take it any.
Well, more than that.
Just for
It's
clarity,
more than that
I was.
because
Oh, you were going to beat me to it. That's just the speed in the solar system. You're not including the speed around the Great Attractor.
Right. There's more. Yeah, there's more. Yep.
or the speed of the galaxy through the universe. There's, I think, all total it's 2.3 million miles per hour.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
there's the speed of the rotation. There's the speed around the sun. There's the speed through the solar system. There's the speed through the galaxy. Is that what they call it? Next step up. And then there's the speed around the Great Attractor.
Yeah. But my point is, like, a lot of people are not aware of all these extra motions, right? Most people
Through the
understand it on
Milky
a
Way.
level where, like, you're spinning on a globe, right? At least some people that I talked to, like my cousin and my brother-in-law, they're like, they did not know that they believe they're on a globe that shoots through the vacuum at 67,000 miles an hour. You know? So I left
They
it there.
did.
Maybe
Because
maybe
all
it's
of
doing the
those,
research. Sorry, brother. Go ahead. I'm
I was
done.
just thinking, the
all of
bigger
those
they make it
speed changes.
seem, the closer to God they are.
You say the closer to God they are,
Possibly.
you mean the closer to being God they are, or the closer to being near God they are? Which one do you mean?
Being God or figuring out God. You know, the bigger they make it seem, the more incomprehensible that they make it seem to us as just people who are just living a life, having to know these things that they tell us are true. You know, it makes them seem more of an authority, more on the ball, if you will.
they become a means unto themselves when there is no higher authority. Well, who's the highest authority then?
The highest authority is the highest authority then.
Right. It would be, instead of being God, it would have to be earthbound government.
Yeah. Well,
So it's kind of
if you want to
obvious
take,
why
although there is the alleged hidden hand, ergo a government is a public face and controlled by a external entity or entities that have money to fund said public face. Just drop that in there.
Hey, before
It
we go
almost
down
seems
this
like
route,
the bigger the lie.
I would like to point out. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead, John. I was just gonna say almost like the bigger the lie, the easier it is to believe it. It almost seems that way. Like the more outlandish something is, but the government dishes out, the easier it is for population to swallow it.
The reason I assume that is because if it's so big, people can't imagine that something so big slipped by, or something akin to that.
Yeah, or like
Possibly.
why would they lie? Yeah.
Because when I came across the
Yes.
moon landing, right, a long time ago, I was like, how could something so big have slipped by? And because it was such a big of a lie, I was like, it was hard to wrap my mind around it, so to say. And I remember other people having experience like that too.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
on the motion of us through the heliocentric universe idea, right? All of those speeds we mentioned were accelerations because they involve a change in vector. Every single one of them. So it's 2.2 million miles per hour acceleration, not speed. Not a linear rate.
What does that mean? What, like the difference?
See, you can have a constant speed and it would seem as if it was an inertial reference frame. Like if you're on a train and it's moving and you can toss a ball up and down, it'll just come back to your hand. It's an inertial reference frame because it's traveling at a constant speed. Now, if that train flipped and you try to throw the ball in the air, the same thing ain't going to happen. It's going to go somewhere else. But the ball will continue straight and you'll go flying somewhere else.
So it's just another thing
Acceleration
that would be even
is-
worse if it was what they said it was.
Yes. Yeah. Like when they say the Earth is spinning, spinning is a constant change in vector. You have to feel that acceleration. You have to. It isn't happening.
Okay. Okay.
That's
then
why
we
they always
see
try to
real
confuse it with.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
That's why they always try to confuse it with the degrees of turn. That's not the acceleration. It's angular. You know, that has nothing to do with what you would experience if you were on that. Well, it is a part of the equation, but it's not the whole. It's wrong to say it that way. Well, it's only once every 24 hours. You wouldn't feel that. No. That's the wrong way to calculate what you would experience in acceleration if you were to feel it.
Yeah, you use edge velocity or rim velocity.
Do you feel it when you're going a roundabout?
Yeah, you feel the
Yeah.
change of direction. So they measure it in G, don't they?
Yeah, so this is what this guy said to me. But you wouldn't feel it if you were on a roundabout the size of the Earth.
Well, no, you'd feel it more.
Because it's so biggie.
Well, no, you feel it more.
Yeah, it's the exact opposite. The wider the radius, the more intense the acceleration becomes, because the speed it changes the further out from the center.
Yeah, but remember, you're not on just a flat spinning disc. You're on a globe. So that accounts for it.
What?
How's that?
I don't know. That's what he said to me. He said it's so big that you're not going to feel it.
That's akin to saying,
No, it should.
if a mouse steps on my foot, I
small.
won't feel it. But if an elephant steps on my foot, it's so big I won't notice. It's just so silly.
Come on, that's the things they were saying when we first came out here.
Well, I mean, someone would say something in a movie, like, does it hurt to die? And they'd be like, you wouldn't notice if a truck hit you. I'm like, well,
I don't think you would. It doesn't hurt to die. I got knocked out. A guy hit me with brass knuckles in both temples, and I woke up getting stitched up in an ambulance. I don't remember anything. So if I would have died, it didn't hurt.
If you're knocked unconscious. What if you're not knocked unconscious? What if you run over by a train?
Oh, yeah, I guess you're right, because if you're being tortured, it's going to hurt. But there comes a point where your body shuts down. That's what I experience
What a lovely conversation.
every time. Yeah, let's change the conversation.
Should really sound check this video, shouldn't I?
Hey, internets. So this video is going to be about one of the...
It's already
Sounds
buffering.
good.
Say again?
Sounds good here.
It's already buffering, though. Let's refresh it and see if it helps. Wants me to play an ad. Even the ad's buffering. Ugh.
Nathan, you know what I'm thinking? Refracted Curvature just posted this Eric Debay video, and maybe at some point it'll be beneficial to review the Eric Debay video, maybe to kind of teach his audience too, about the Earth measured flat and all these other points.
What, as in go through the Professor Dave Explains video about Eric Debay?
Yeah, what do you think? Or this new one, Eric Debay sucks at life, 200 flat Earth proofs debunked.
That's the one that John
Or
was talking
anyone.
about, right?
Yeah, anyone, like just to kind of reach out to Eric Debay's audience, and so they can kind of get the things on a, kind of understand it better,
Have you got
Just
have you
an
got a
idea.
link to it?
I think John just posted it in a Skype.
I only ask because this one just doesn't seem to want to play. It just keeps buffering.
more interesting topics on the interwebs, which is the debate around the very question of debates, the value of live debates themselves. Are live debates a good format for discerning the truth and exposing the frauds? Or on the flip side, are they a way for people who are good at dishonest rhetoric and coming up with arguments that take data out of context in ways that their dishonesty becomes difficult to refute in the short time constraints that live debates inherently possess?
Seems like reasonable questions.
Basically just push false narratives and not immediately get called out for them. Well, as it turns out, there's a very simple question actually that can be asked, which I argue gives a very definitive answer to the live debate bro question. And that question is, why are flat earthers good at debates? Seems like an interesting thing to say, right? I mean, flat earthers should be the easiest thing to refute, right? Well, technically, sure, it is easy to refute flat earthers, when you actually take the time to create a compilation of all of their arguments and explain at length why they are wrong. Such as, say, creating a website that dissects all of their dishonest rhetoric in extreme detail. But of course, that's when you have the time to go over everything. And in live debates, you usually only have about maybe 10 seconds. Or if they're gish galloping hard enough, maybe even less time than that, to come up with an on-the-spot reason for why they're wrong. So of course, an important thing needs to be clarified here. When I say that flat earthers are often good at debates, I don't mean they are correct or that they are proving anything, because they always get refuted after the fact.
Okay, who's he attacking? Because whenever someone says flat earthers by stereotype, you kind of have to read between the lines about who he's talking about. Now, obviously, he's got a fairly stereotypical straw man, pizza pie, flat earth in the background. But who do you think he's talking about? Is he talking about us? Is he talking about Witsit? Is he talking about... Who's he talking about? Is he talking... Because when he says live debates, you're like, well, who's having live debates about flat earth on a podium? No one that I know of.
The Earth is most certainly not flat. What I mean is that it's very...
Buffering.
I was gonna say something.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was just gonna say it's worse because I think he's talking about us, like the normal, like us as in the viewers, the everyday, just guys who are like, yeah, I see it's flat and I got a good idea of how, but then we can't say the arguments perfectly, or we have little things that are wrong that wouldn't mean that, everything is natural law until globe. You know what I mean? He's talking about the normal people, so he's talking to normal people who have to deal with us.
Yeah, I know that's who he's talking to, but when you say dealing with us, do you really think he's talking about us?
The stereotypical us, the idea
Well, that's the
of
feast
a
of
flat
nonsense.
earther.
That's what I mean. If you're talking about, if he's addressing why do the stereotypical flat earthers win debates when debating with feast of nonsense arguments, then obviously we'll take that tact in terms of how we respond to him. But if he's talking about us and just hand waving our arguments, like, no, it doesn't mean they've got good arguments, but Earth's definitely a sphere. Let me tell you what I mean. And then he leaves it. Presumably, at this stage, he's got two roads, right? He can either back up his assertion, he's just made a claim. Well, obviously, Earth's a sphere. No, that's your belief at this point until you substantiate that claim. But I don't think he will. I think he'll take the other route and start knocking flat earthers immediately after dropping it out there as a belief, which is all he's done without substantiation. We just have a little bit more of a listen. We've got 5 minutes before the live show starts.
Common for flat earthers to walk away from a live debate looking like many of their points have not been completely refuted, which can give viewers of a live debate around flat earth the impression that the flat earther was actually correct. Now,
that's what Globers do here. Rinse and repeat enough times so that the audience believes that their argument hasn't been refuted when they've hand-waved or talked through or ignored the response and then repeated their assertion. It's then what we call a neutral outcome, which is to say that the audience is none the wiser that the point's been overcome because it's been rinsed and repeated 15 times. To the point that, nobody's seeming to win, even though there is a point that's a winning point. It just won't be conceded at any cost. That's projection as far as we are concerned, based on our experience, which is easy to show.
Now, flat earthers are of course not correct, so you might be wondering, how exactly could something so ridiculous happen? How could flat earthers...
So far we've got Earth's definitely a sphere, flat earthers are definitely incorrect. Like, these are baseless assertions that he's just chucking out there. So one more, and I'm going to call it pain relief.
Be good at debates. I mean, we're talking about flat earthers here. If you've never done a debate in your life, but you want to give it a try and perhaps dip your feet in the water by playing the live debate game on easy mode, you might think, ah yes, debating a flat earther. That will be easy.
Yeah, and occasionally, maybe 1 in 10 of the people who come here have that attitude. That is to say that with a basic high school education, they think they can just walk all over us because they're so much smarter being an average normie. Because obviously it's an easy mode debate if you're going to go up against flat earthers. So yeah, I'll agree with that.
Right? Well, no. In fact, if a random person decides to do a live debate with a seasoned flat earther especially, chances are pretty good that they will end up in at least a few situations where they look quite silly due to not having an immediate answer to the types of questions a flat earther might bring up. And the simplest way to show this is just go over a few debate bro myths that people who think...
Hey, bro.
My pound says that...
We ain't asking you no more questions.
Yeah, we're not. We're not doing that anymore in 2024. But Pound says that the things he suggests that flat earthers make globers look stupid with are actually refutations of globe assertions in the first instance that use flat earth measurements. Pound says that's what he's going to decry. So the flat earther will say, we see too far, or something like that. See if I'm right.
Think live debates are good for discerning truth tend to propagate, and how a flat earther can take advantage of these myths to make it look like they're correct. The first of these misconceptions is that live debates force you to honestly engage with arguments. The reality is that it's ultimately
That's Brian's attitude. So Brian's attitude is I'd rather do a debate where there are actually some consequences to them bullshitting, rinsing and repeating, ignoring the rebuttal.
Up to the audience, or in the case of something like a Substack or academic research paper or whatever, it's up to the reader to decide whether or not someone is honestly engaging with an argument or just strawmanning away. The only difference in a live debate is that people are engaging instantly with whatever they happen to come up with, instead of both participants taking however much time they need to research their opponent's claims thoroughly and provide an answer that best fits. There is this need to provide an answer on the spot, and that's a big problem because it's also a fallacy.
Well, yeah, that means you don't necessarily understand the rules of engagement in debate. There are certain things that get put to me that I don't have to answer or provide an answer for, and I can point that out as a response.
On the spot fallacy occurs when debaters are expected to be able.
Hello. It's a good point to pause anyway.
So I say, is it someone else's fault that one of them doesn't do their research? Hello, everyone.
Say that once more.
Is it someone else's fault that they don't do their research?
I don't know if he's going to spin it that way. That's a good question, because that's where it seems to be going. We'll see if he spins it that way. Anyway, I better start the live show.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Hello.
Good morning. Now, it seems that we've got into a bit of a routine of doing housekeeping in the other servers more than we do in our own. And prior to that, we were doing like a couple a day. But I still do want to keep my hand in. So if it's okay with you guys, I'm going to just ask one housekeeping question. Unless, obviously, we get into the flow of housekeeping for whatever reason. So I'm going to pick one at random. Any evidence of the distance to the sun?
They'll give you one. I mean, they'll give you the idea that you can do that, but then you tell them that that's not what they're doing because that's insane. But they keep going.
If somebody gets to offer up distance to the sun measurement, 1 AU, you can just take them through the steps of where they got that from. I mean, I saw John's mic open, so I assume he's about to go on. I've already told his thunder once with with the scale in the pre-show, but I assume that's why you opened your mic, right, John?
Yeah, I was about to say distance would require a measurement, and the only thing they had to measure with is a plane of reference.
So they measure a plane of reference to get an R value, and then superimpose that R value onto Venus within a world of heliocentrism inspired by Kepler's orbital motion. So you've got scale, and then you can imply a distance. But your origin, the genesis of that measurement, is a flat Earth. It's the elevation angle measurement to Polaris to derive the R, to superimpose it onto Venus and Earth as a sphere after measuring a flat Earth.
Yeah, it takes a lot for a glober to understand the importance of an elevation angle.
It's the origin of their claim. Which is weird when we're criticising Witsit on Saturday, saying, look, every time you tell him that his globe model fails, you're failing to recognise that his globe model has its heart, its origin, its genesis in measurement of a flat plane. So for the globe to work as well as it does, it back engineers itself onto the flat plane measurements it utilised in the first instance. That is to say, the areas of equal elevation we call latitude can wrap around a ball. Doesn't mean we are, it just means that the back engineering of that now curved surface, essentially the protractor that you use to measure these angles to these stars, in this case Polaris, does back engineer onto a globe, but it just won't work on a map. So then you've got to project it out onto a tube and cut that tube down the middle and roll it back out flat again for a very distorted map to quote unquote work. It's still flat, but it's got a globe somewhere in the process then. So you can say it's a globe projection when it's just a flat map. Nevertheless, the origins of that process are flat Earth angle measurements to Polaris for latitude.
Yeah, but he don't bring it up because he does not know anything about celestial navigation. He may appear that he does because he's still talking about, well, you'd be able to get the height of a star. So he does not understand it fully.
Who's he?
Witsit.
Oh, Witsit. Oh, well, that's something that we can remedy by banging this drum and showing how effective it is over and over again.
The height of the star is never calculated.
I don't know what it is with this height. Globers need heights. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand where he's coming from with that.
You say they need height. They don't need height. They've ascribed height and distance through Kepler and Huygens, as I just described.
Right.
In terms of an actual requirement, no. When you're utilising the equatorial plane and angle measurements, even if you've got a globe surplus to requirements wrapped around you as though it's a protractor with a 3959 radial value to it, it doesn't alter what you're actually functionally doing for them or us. You know, you still need a flat surface to measure these angles up to the stars in the first place.
When you say evidence, what will you accept as evidence?
Who are you asking?
Well, you asked the question.
What would I accept as evidence for the distance?
Yeah. I mean, what standard?
I'm lost for words. I have no idea. I don't care. Whatever standard you feel is worthy, I will look at. You present it and I'll have a good look at it for you. We'll assess it then.
I'll give you one.
Well,
I'll give you standards.
Hold on, I think Brian was going somewhere with that. Go on, Brian.
Wait a second. This is a miracle. You told John
Brian.
to hold on? Whoa.
Did you not hear me say
Well,
Brian?
If I take actual measurements, right, of a flat plane to Polaris, giving us a latitude and longitude, right, and I then mathematically reverse that, back engineer it mathematically to become a sphere, and that will give that sphere a radius of 3959 statute miles, and I then pre-assume that a light in the sky that I'm going to call Venus has a very similar radius, and I then look at that as it traverses the sun during its transit of the sun, and I determine by their angular sizes the distance to the sun. Will you accept that because it starts out with an actual measurement?
Will I accept a reification of a sphere from a flat Earth measurement with a superimposition of that flat Earth radial value onto Venus for what I know and you know is Kepler's third law of interplanetary motion to give me distance? No, of course not.
But I am giving you a measurement at the start.
A flat Earth one that then takes me to La La Land and infers that I'm standing on a spherical surface with a light in the sky having the same value.
With those kind of standards, how do you expect anyone to give you an answer?
What, so you're saying if there's enough convoluted steps where the ground I'm standing on physically changes shape in order for your measurement to ring true, that I'm being unreasonable by not accepting that? Is that what you're suggesting?
Well, the standard is too high around here.
The standard's too high. It's not like I care, beyond the fact that there's a religion in the Western world that asserts they have got a height measurement. Beyond their positive assertion, which frankly I couldn't give a toss about, that's why we're asking. There is a positive assertion that they do have a distance, and you've just gone through what it is, and you're here the same as I am, as in that is not acceptable to take what is a flat Earth measurement and then infer sphericity, and then imply that we've got an orbital motion-based world, and then infer that the measurement you started with for the orbital-based world is the same for a light in the sky that happens to move in front of the sun, according to their rhetoric of orbital motion and occultation, and therefore we can get scale and distance. Are you happy with that? No, I'm definitely not. Well, you're just unreasonable. Your standards are too high.
Yeah, well, if you won't accept that, then I don't have anything to give you.
But I already had that. I had that 10 years ago.
And your standards were too high back then as well.
No, back then I had no reason to ask how high the stars were, and had nothing beyond the rhetoric I was being told, and wasn't in any way suggested required challenge. So, like most normies, I just accepted it. When I was told a lot of people don't look into it, but I was a geek. When I looked into Earth-based measurements, things like AU, you understand the principles, and you don't question them. You assume that the science of the world has got this pegged to the point where you can research that with that which they have already measured. And it doesn't seem unreasonable for a normie to double check that, and you'll get the same information again, and it's all heliocentric, so therefore you've done your due diligence, and you can move on with your day. But if you hadn't been presented with that to research, for it to be part of the rhetoric, you may ask how high the stars are, but you wouldn't find an answer. The measurements that you could take with their angle relationships won't give you heights. So what are you left with? A ponderance. Is there any consequence to this ponderance? No. None. So who cares? So you telling me my standards are too high for a part of a rhetoric that I had no intention whatsoever to look into beyond the rhetoric existing to tell me that it's got a height? I don't care. Why are you charging me with having standards at all? I don't care.
Well, it's either that your standards are consistently too high, or I consistently don't have any evidence for that claim.
There is no evidence. The evidence we
I
go
don't think
through is calculation based on flat Earth measurement, like on screen now, with an angle to a star with respect to a horizontal plane of reference. That doesn't give me a spherical ground and Kepler.
But it starts with a measurement, so I don't know what the problem is.
It's flat. The measurement's flat.
Well, what
The
has that
problem
got to
is-
do with anything? Sorry, John.
Your measurement that gives us distance has a spherical surface based on the flat surface being measured. It's preposterous.
Right, a calculation cannot contradict the measurement, else the calculation is wrong.
You're running
Just
a
like
scam, Oakley.
a theory can contradict the measurement, else the theory is wrong. It's not the experiment, it's not the measurement, it's a calculation.
Sorry, John, I could have. No, that's a solid point. No, I shouldn't have cut in on that. I wasn't paying enough attention. You're a scammer, Oakley.
I didn't really follow what you said then, other than you weren't paying attention.
I was saying, you're running a scam, Oakley.
Running a scan?
Yeah, you won't accept.
Oh, you're running a scam. I thought you said you... I'm looking at my temperatures and going, am I running a scan? A scan? No, I'm not scanning anything. What are you talking about? Everything's running beautifully. I've overvolted it slightly, 0.30 millivolts. Oh, a scam. It says you, Jaron.
Yeah, well, when you won't accept what I'm calling evidence, then that's the only thing I have left.
Oh, to call me a fraud.
Yeah, well, what it's either that or concede that I don't have evidence.
Well, we could do this dance 15 more times. That's the fairly... Actually, you're just not this good. You're not as good as you've got on in years in... I didn't want to say that in a way that made you sound old. The more you go into flat Earth, the less you're capable of being that good baller. That is to say, They've got something on the line. There's something to lose. They've got an investment. It doesn't necessarily mean financial, but there's an investment from them in this subject. So when they rinse and repeat 15 times, it's because they've got the investment to defend. We haven't got that. So, it's quite hard to get into that kind of... how can I explain this?
Desperation.
I was going to describe something coursing through your veins, something that drives you to continue, to not concede in the face of the highest quality contradictory evidence to your original assertion. The will, that's the word. The will. We don't have that at the point where we've gone through it once as a devil's advocate like you just did. You just go, all right, well, that's it then. You can now you can go into the bullshit and start calling me a scammer and fraud and saying I've cheated on my wife or whatever it is you want to do. But none of those things are going to actually achieve your ends in terms of pain relief, prove your ball. So what's the other alternative? Well, you haven't got the will to go through that 15 more times with me, have you, Brian? Others would.
No, straight to personal attack.
Well, straight to personal attack because you know that's where it will end after someone gets annoyed after 15 attempts by them. If they're attempting to keep it in the argument, like seeking a neutral outcome, like we were discussing, this is our segue into the video, by the way, in the pre-show, then if there's a neutral outcome possible, they will go in circles 15 times prior to going straight for the personal attack, because anybody with a modicum of intelligence will recognise that as a loss. Yeah, the stupid and uninitiated won't. They'll just think, oh, he said that he's dumb. Well, then he's dumb. When the argument's not been refuted. But for most, that won't fly, will it, Brian? So they have to go through the motions 15 times instead. say 15. I got it up to 120 or something ludicrous with conspiracy cats before he gave up both of his channels and buggered off permanently with gas pressure without a container.
That's why people love Earth Awakenings. They could have conversations and mutual outcomes. Nobody proves nothing, and everything's okay.
Yeah, that is a bit of an issue if you do want to keep conversations going with ballers. I was thinking about it the other day, after Earth Awakenings, that last visit. Yeah, we will put up a brick wall for someone like Conspiracy Cats, to the point where he'll bugger off the internet or change subjects and give up his Flat Earth channels to other numpties. Well, why? Well, because he's hit a brick wall. He's hit gas pressure without a container. He can't get around it. There's nothing he can do about it. It was the straw that broke the camel's back when he started telling us he'd give us a flat earth to make his arguments. But prior to that, he's up against, I won't take full credit, Tommy did it live with him. You know, about 20, 25 on top of that. It was about 100 with me and about 20, 25, something like that. It was more than 100 with me. It was 100 plus. But, you know, you're talking, you know, triple digits being asked the same question. Well, that's not going to be conducive to somebody continuing some other random conversation about whatever the topic of the day is. It's like, if Black Swan was the new hotness when he came in to discuss something, this is Conspiracy Cats. Do you think he's going to get a Black Swan discussion? No. How'd you have gas pressure without a container? Space is fake, mate. Let's get some concessions. It's only the 109th time I've asked you this question. That's how it will perpetually go for someone like him. Same goes for McToon with his $10,000 challenge. I've told him, I think it's edging ever closer to 100 times. It's something like 87 times or something that I've said to him, your challenge needs a flat earth. Has he got a rebuttal? No. It'll eventually reach 100. That's what'll happen. But like I say, if you're in some other forum that wants conversations to continue, they don't want you putting a brick wall up 100 times. And they won't recognise that they're not addressing the question 100 times. It's you being awkward when you put your barrier up 100 times and won't let them move past it. You're just so awkward. You're not letting the conversations continue. No, I won't. Until this gets addressed.
Right. Well, the thing is, you got to accept the flat plane first and get past it to talk about the ball. Okay? That's why you guys ain't getting it. Is, you know, we all know it's a flat plane. I mean, there's no argument there. But let's go on to talk about how that flat plane's a ball.
Yeah, Cats knew it.
What they're really saying.
Cats knew it at the end. Neil, you were talking about this in the pre-show, right?
What was that?
I'll give you a flat earth. What, to talk about angles?
Yeah, yes.
That was Cats. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Because at that point, being even slightly mathematically minded, you cannot recognise that it requires a flat earth to make the assertion. And he told us in his video. He tried to pass it off as he was doing us a favour. It's like, you think you're being smart, do you? How many sleepless nights do you reckon that caused? Anyway, we got video. Should we get on with it? We were covering this in the pre-show, just to get the sound checked more than anything else, but we did get through 2 or 3 minutes of it. So please let this gentleman know, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. If you're a regular of the show, you know the routine. The idea being that if we send a few people his way, helping him in the algorithmic love that we do not receive here on Flat Earth Debate, he may be willing to do the same for us, which is to say put a link to our video if he was to make a response. So he is specifically covering Flat Earth Debate. That is to say he is covering what we do here, and the title of the video is Why Are Flat Earthers Good at Live Debates? ? And it's Mentis Wave. Have I said that right? So there we go. That's who he is. Check him out. Let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Hopefully I've bought enough time for you to actually go along and leave him a comment and actually do this. So he does see that he's getting some algorithmic love in terms of the YouTube response and links being put out to his video, the views going up, all that good stuff that we would hope to get in return also if he put a link to us. Is there any comments before we get into it for the live audience, based hopefully not on the fact that we've covered a little bit of it already?
I would like to say that the reason to answer his question is because they require a flat plane as much, or if not more, than we do. That's why we're so good at debates.
And because flat and stationary Earth is obvious and measurable reality, and the globe is a fantasy, so if you want to defend the globe, you have to lie and commit logical fallacies. Roger.
Can we keep that chat going just for another 30 seconds? Just because I've moved my screen slightly and I need to now correct it by copying one scene and copying it back into another. Accidental balls up on my part. Hello, Adam.
Afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, Adam.
What I miss? What I miss?
We're covering the Why Flat Earthers Are Good at Debates video today. So you can add on that if you want, before we start.
Hmm.
But you, Mush.
Can you reflect on
What?
yesterday's show? I've forgotten what it was about, but just so I've got some time to figure out why it's moving around as I change scenes. What have I done wrong?
What was the outcome, Adam?
What? Start an argument?
Oh,
No,
was
no,
it?
just
Oh,
what
bloody
was
hell.
the
No, no, no,
outcome?
don't talk about what we were doing yesterday. It was highly contentious. Pick something else. Now I'm involved. I need to figure out what my scene's doing wrong. Or should I just get on with it and we'll figure it out later?
Get on with it.
And we'll just get on with it.
Well, we did come to a contradiction within the claim that they make, is what it comes down to. About the orientation that gravity would hold the object in around a ball. Is it fixed or is it relative to down?
I've no idea what you're talking about. You'll have to explain. I'm only paying half attention. I'm going to figure this out now because I'll forget what's gone wrong otherwise.
Well, it's like when you hold the balloon in your hand with the smiley face on it and spin in a circle. If gravity is doing that, then the moon is not spinning. If gravity is just setting the path, right? If gravity is just setting the path, but has nothing to do with its orientation, then it has to spin. So it's a conundrum.
In the video I sent, I'll just be quick, Adam. In the video I posted earlier, this guy is trying to explain it, but he has to admit that and he shows it, what he's trying to say, that it's the point of gravity that's holding its face where it is. So it's like, he even describes it as a chain between this point of gravity and the moon and the earth, basically. And he's basically stating that, like, and this is, I didn't want to get into that yesterday. Yesterday got bad enough, but it's just that it's impossible for it to rotate based within their paradigm because of their claim of how it's being held in place, if you understand what I mean. So it's more to do with their orbit as opposed to it itself rotating.
If we're going
But
to
they're
get,
claiming
if
it's
this is going to
rotating.
say,
But I'm not going to go into it now.
yeah, well, if it's how it's gravitationally attracted by way of its, what do they call it, tidal locking, then fine, maybe there's a discussion to reopen because then it is in effect tethered by a piece of string as opposed to rotating independently about its own axis. But that maybe is a discussion
Of course it
for another
isn't.
day.
This was the point we got to, the contradiction. That yes, if you accept that part of the claim, that is the logical conclusion. But if you take the definition of orbit and what causes changes, no, orientation maintains, and the thing that will manipulate is the rotational speed of the body, which is the purpose of the moon, that this magical thing matches perfectly with it. But that's what we got to yesterday, that there's a contradiction between what they claim one part of it does and what they claim an orbit is, which doesn't then invoke the part of the gravitational pull. In fact, it denies it so that you can have rotation. I think that's what we got to that
shout out.
Stop. Last night.
I just want to do a quick shout out. Shout out to Jardos, just gifted 10 memberships. So thank you very much and welcome to all of you who've just joined as a member.
No fair.
Morning, guys.
Hey, Chocolate. Right, let's get back into this video.
Supports a claim or counters a claim within seconds of being introduced to the argument. And if they can't, then the audience will often consider them wrong for their inability to do so. But that's really silly. No one has omniscient knowledge of everything, and this creates a problem in live debate, which is that it incentivizes someone who is simply trying to have the optics of winning to prepare these ridiculous arguments that dishonestly take data out of context in ways that can only be refuted if you have very specific knowledge of what they are talking about.
What, in other words, you'd only be able to refute a position that you knew about and could argue about? How is that unreasonable? Am I missing something? You'd have to have advanced knowledge. What, of the discussion on the table? Yeah, normally the person who wins is going to be the person with the best knowledge and the winning argument. If you're saying it's unreasonable that flat earthers have got complex arguments that somebody who, is a layman couldn't argue against, well, why are they arguing against that flat earther then? That's their problem. That's not an issue with the flat earther and his good research, if that's what you're implying.
Take this common flat earther argument for example. In the Earth's atmosphere, the thermosphere layer gets...
Take this flat earth argument. In the globe-based position of thermo and atmosphere-shaped oxymoronic air. So, I called it for a pound, did I not? As soon as he comes up with something that he claims is a representation of a flat earther's argument, it is in fact a refutation for a positive assertion that a globe makes. Here we are talking about thermosphere. That sounds very sphere-shaped. This is a flat earther argument, you say, talking about thermospheres? Au contraire. No, this sounds like a rebuttal to a globe position that's been made positively and not proven.
Gets very, very hot. Over 2,000 degrees Celsius hot.
So, and that's a globe claim.
And this creates a problem because any spaceship that attempts to leave the Earth must somehow...
So let me get it straight. In a world of spheres with sphere-shaped air and the temperatures of the oxymoronic sphere-shaped air, rockets travelling through the sphere-shaped air at high pressure into an area of volume that violates the second law of thermodynamics have a problem with temperature. That you think this is in any way a flat Earth argument? That this is nothing but refutation of globe based in the globe begging the question paradigm of second law of thermodynamics violating space. That's what this actually is. But you think this is the first thing that we need to look at? If flat earthers in 2024 are on podiums and their opening gambit is to talk about how thermospheres and atmospheres don't work, I'll be on their case. Yeah? Why aren't you talking about the opener for how we declare that Earth is measured flat and that the assertion for the heights of things like the thermosphere would be measurements with respect to a plane of reference? That means that the designation of sphere-shaped or oxymoronic air needs flat Earth measurements to assert it. Now that would be me saying that Earth's measured flat and it, in your globe-based thermospheric and atmospheric assertions that you claim flat earthers would come up with, requires flat Earth to describe them. What are these lines in your diagram, I wonder? Are these ascribing heights by any chance? Yeah, they're horizontal planes of reference to give single-digit numbers for altitude. Even your own bloody diagram that describes your position from a globe perspective with your oxymoronic globe paradigm descriptions attached has a flat Earth requirement in it. Are you going to be addressing that? Or will it be one of those little straw men that you claim flat earthers come up with, I wonder?
Somehow be able to deal with the fact that the melting point of steel is about 1400 degrees Celsius. The flat earther will then claim that nothing man-made could possibly leave the Earth's atmosphere without melting. Therefore, a NASA...
So a flat earther would claim nothing can leave oxymoronic sphere-shaped air without containment. This sounds very much like somebody who's in the globe paradigm refuting something from within the paradigm of a globe and saying why the globe paradigm within the globe paradigm doesn't work. Isn't a flat earther talking about flat Earth or anything that you should be suggesting would be on a podium that you haven't shown someone claiming. If this is about how people debate live, where's the live debater example of this happening?
And all others who make similar claims
not
about...
for nothing, he might be referencing maybe older flat Earth arguments, because I've heard that argument before. I've heard flat earthers make it before. I've been in that discussion. So he might not be where we're at right now, which is proving it measured flat. He might be just referencing old arguments.
This is
It
from 2
sounds
weeks
like
ago.
mad
It's
4 or
2-week-old
5
video.
years ago.
2-week-old video.
Yeah.
Making it into outer space must be lying to us. This argument.
So you're saying the flat earthers' argument is that people who claim they go through an area that's got a problem with temperature must be lying to us. That's not our argument. I mean, maybe you can be enlightened with what is up-to-date flat earth argumentation when discussing heights that prove a flat earth, so I've already won. Your own diagram for your straw man globe claim that you say flat earthers make that you need to refute in terms of our globe don't work, used a flat earth. So I've already won this argument because your own bloody diagrams needed flat earth descriptions in them and measurements that came with respect to planes. They were in your diagram. So bearing in mind that I've won, I wouldn't suggest that your oxymoronic sphere-shaped air without containment is violated by lies of temperature. I would say that gas fills space, it's a law of nature. Second law of thermodynamics, entropy. The dispersion of gas into volumes is something that occurs always without exception. It's a law of nature. So if there was a space above our head, what do you call that again? Oh yeah, space. Then gas would fill it, we'd all be dead. We wouldn't be at high pressure breathing. The gas would fill that space instantaneously. We'd have never developed pressure in the first place because pressure requires something to press on. So your ideas of how flat earthers debunk your globe claims, yeah, that's a straw man when you're talking about what flat earthers do. Shouldn't have something to do with the earth being flat. Now, this is a straw man like you accused us of doing because it's your own bloody claim that needed a flat earth in the measurements.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sorry, what did he say about temperature there? I missed that part, the wind and stuff.
Too hot, therefore liars. Men who go through the thermosphere can't get it. It's the Van Allen radiation bullshit, I assume. He hasn't given it any detail.
No, thanks.
Based on heliocentric rhetoric, our own scientists say it's very difficult to go through these hot areas or areas that will contaminate you in some form or another. So therefore, flat earthers say people haven't been to space and the men that say they have are liars. No, they are liars. There is no second law of thermodynamics violating area of volume that gas isn't filling above our heads that you call a sky vacuum, aka outer space. It's completely fake. Every single picture from there, every single man that's claimed to have gone there is a liar and a lie. Because there is no area to go. It's Narnia. Yeah, the sky is not a vacuum. It's utterly absurd.
It is, of course, ridiculous, but unless you have specific knowledge of how melting points work...
Yeah, Brian.
Sorry. Who is this? It sounds like MC Town.
Oh, God.
This is me on the video.
No, it's Mentis Wave.
Yeah, it's just, he obviously knows about flat earth debate. So surely he's run into gas pressure without a container. So how come he's talking about the Van Allen belts? I mean, it sounds to me like he's just given a weak argument that they could argue against, like a straw man position.
Yeah,
instead of
I
actually
just said that.
The actual argument.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. He's also accused us by now, I can call it projection, of doing exactly that.
You might not be able to give an answer to why the flat earther is wrong here. A simple Google search, of course, will reveal the answer.
But why the flat earther is wrong in terms of how the globe is alleged to work? Yeah, we all picking up on the straw man? We all understand how a straw man works?
Simple Google search?
Yeah, that would have done it, Neil. You're right.
To you when you have the time to do so. Temperature.
Yeah, quick Google search, as Neil says.
Is not the same thing as the ability to transfer heat. As you go up further into the atmosphere of the Earth, you will experience drastic changes in atmospheric pressure.
Atmospheric pressure, you say? Oxymoronic sphere-shaped air? Air doesn't take sphere shapes. You have a belief, based on a religion called heliocentrism, that oxymoronic sphere-shaped air is possible. Now you're describing the pressure within a containerless system that's oxymoronic. You don't have sphere-shaped air. It takes the shape of its containment. That's what gases do. But you think you can describe how their pressures behave without containment? No, mate, that's the second law of thermodynamics violation that you're arguing for. What's that? Oh, it's actually the flat earthers' argument? No, it would be that straw man projection that you said we use. Yeah? You don't seem to be addressing things that, flat earther, that's me. I can tell you categorically what flat earthers say. We say Earth's measured flat. Like in your example there with the heights for your oxymoronic sphere-shaped air. You notice how they're all flat? Yeah, that's because it's in reference to their heights, and that needs a plane of reference to give them. Flat Earth, proven, measured, flat.
Sea level.
Yeah.
Yep, sea level. That's where it's calculated from, and level is a horizontal plane in that description.
So your oxymoronic sphere-shaped air requires measurements that absolutely, without question, are flat Earth measurements.
In density. So while individual particles may indeed get very hot up there, the amount of particles is too low to effectively transfer heat, making
transfer heat. If a gas particle gets hot, it moves faster. So what does it do? It's moving at high velocity in all directions. What do you think it's going to do if the sky was a vacuum? Yeah? So this stupid nonsense that's also a second law of thermodynamics violation with changes in temperature going up and down, and it's just all garbage. None of it's contained. So if this gas particle heats up, it's going to move faster as it vacates into whatever volume it has available to it. That's how this works. PV equals nRT, second law of thermodynamics. That's what gas does. It disperses into space. But you want us to beg this question, while it's actually a flat earther's claim that you need to overcome, because they'd be looking smart in debate. Well, maybe this flat earther's flexing his muscles about his heliocentric belief that he's walked away from, but it's got sod all to do with how Earth's measured flat. Our examples that we refute you with, because this is all globe claims, they are our arguments for how Earth is measured for your claim. Because it is measured flat.
Making it a lot easier to shield against. Compare this to, say, being thrown into a lava pit where the density and pressure is very high, causing heat to transfer almost instantly. The upper layers of the atmosphere, like
false equivalence fallacy. Gases versus liquid metal, or liquid rock, or liquid at all. No, gases disperse in all directions. They're unbonded. But you're going to make a false equivalence? That's another fallacy that you've used. More projection, perhaps?
Thermosphere are the opposite. So all you need are...
Go ahead.
Sorry, we're already getting radiation there without a container.
They won't.
Exactly. In all the years I've been in this topic, I have never used the Van Allen belts as any kind of an argument, outside of that exact argument I just made there. That's the only worthy argument it would have if I was going to address it at all. How are you doing any of this without a container? Without a container, sorry.
Yeah, we're not claiming any of these things. These are all heliocentric claims that he says flat earthers need addressing on. Like you got a strange way of looking at this. If a flat earther talks about your stupid globe claims that are unsubstantiated, suddenly it's an issue that would come up in debate between flat Earth and globe Earth. I mean, we'll easily halfway through his video.
More
no.
what he's saying is.
Go on, chocolate.
Sorry, Nathan. No, I think what he's saying is that these are arguments that flat earthers have addressed, and he's not lying there. Like I said, I've heard this addressed before. So, like I said, he's not addressing us per se with our arguments, but he is going into what flat earthers have argued before. Was the whole thing with how the thermosphere gets hotter. Like, yeah, that's been a discussion. You know, we've been in this for a long time. There's been a lot of different things that have been, argued about and discussed, and this just is one of them. So I've heard it before, so I would attack him on that point. Now, he's not obviously not addressing us with how we just measure it flat, and we know that's how it is, right?
That answers the question was raised in the pre-show. Who exactly is he addressing? Well, I think we now know. It's just stereotype.
For heat-resistant and reflective materials, and your spaceship will never actually have that much heat transferred into it. We also...
Good.
It's interesting. His advice to his viewers is, if you ever debate flat Earth and this topic comes up, immediately concede flat Earth. Use mean sea level to calculate atmospheric pressure with, and use that as your argument.
Yeah. No, don't laugh. If you're an audience, you pay close attention to what John's just said, because he's my favourite and I want his points to be highlighted. But no, this is the most critical point, right? They whistle past this and have been doing it for years, right? What's the first part of his argument? He's talking about the thermosphere. Let's just go back to his slide and find it.
John likes playing that 4D chess.
Here you go. On his slide, he's got horizontal planes of reference to give the heights. They're with respect to sea level. The first thing he's done when he's suggesting that the straw man argument, his opponent, in this case a flat earther, what someone claiming Earth's flat, is wrong about when it comes to their refutation of a sphere Earth claim that's up for debate when using flat Earth measurements. That's how this begins. Now, if this was anybody else, I'm not suggesting everybody should be on the cutting edge, but they would have probably whistled past it too. Okay, yeah, fine, you can use my flat Earth to make your thermospheric claims. Now, for us, this is where it stops. This is where it ends. Excuse me, your measurements need a flat Earth measured flat for this then. That's it, it's game over, that's it, end of the debate. What? No, I've got a different example. Why? You've already presented something that is alleged to prove oxymoronic sphere-shaped air in violation of natural law, but the measurements in your claim, the actual physical measurements are flat, and with respect to sea level. That's it. We've got flat Earth measurements already from you, the globe believer. I've been trying to get this across to my audience since the beginning of this year. Yeah? And when it happens in Earth Awakenings, as frustrating as it is, they aren't picking up on it either. Eventually, hopefully everyone will. They are using flat Earth measurements to claim a globe. And the moment you spot it, you've got to point it out. And the moment you spot that measurements of a flat Earth have just been used, you need to point it out. Now, that's in this circumstance where we're up against a numpty. We're up against a globe believer. He's got his dyed-in-the-wood faith that he's going to declare right up front in the beginning of the video. Well, it's just a globe and flat earthers are stupid and the idea's silly and it's easy to overcome. But they're good at misrepresenting us with really clever arguments about their subject that we might not know about. They might suggest that here's a globe claim and therefore you better know better about how... It's like this craziness from this guy needed ending the moment he's put up a flat measurement. That's it. As soon as he puts up a flat measurement, that's it. That's us winning.
It almost just seems too easy. I think that's probably the hesitation for a lot of people, right? Because what you're saying, as soon as they invoke globe, they're proving flat, right? That's essentially what John says every time. That's essentially what our point is, right? As soon as you say globe, well, how'd you get the globe? Because it's flat. Okay, so that seems like a slice off of a head that's too simple, and I think that's the hesitation. It can't be that simple.
It is,
but it is. that's the problem, I think.
Yeah, well, you just got to bang that drum, and every time it comes up, you can't deny the evidence to your own eyes when their own measurements are measurements. It's not like they're implying that you've got a horizontal plane of reference. They've referenced it for the heights. It's like, it isn't complicated. Earth is actually flat, and that's how we deal with it.
Also do have materials such as carbon phenolic that can easily withstand these temperatures in space, which means that the flat earther, when they make this argument, is intentionally leaving out the fact that...
You want to say it, Brian? To temperatures in space? Oh, I will say it. You can't have temperature without a container either. That's right, Brian.
Sorry, Nathan, I'm driving and I couldn't get to the phone. Yeah, you can't have temperature without a container, just like you can't have a vacuum without a container and gas pressure or pressure of any kind without something to press against. So, what creates temperature? What? Radiation. How do you create radiation? You need something to be, you know what I mean, the radiation itself. You know, let's say with the sun heats the earth with radiation. How do you measure radiation? You know, they're idiots.
Density and pressure also affect how temperature is able to heat things up, and leaving...
Pressure? What, the force exerted on the walls of a container? Yeah, you better have a container for that. Your sky vacuum doesn't have that.
out how heat shields actually work. But of course, in the time constraints of a live debate, a random person might not necessarily have this specific knowledge. You might not know this unless you've studied physics and thermodynamics at least a basic college level. In fact, there's a good chance that someone with a
Wait, you talked about studying thermodynamics, but you talked about the pressure. What, without containment? No, that's a straight up second law of thermodynamics violation. Now your big words are going to betray you. Yeah, because the flat earther knows that you can't have gas pressure without a container, and every single description that you will ever encounter ever will have a volume of a containment for you to have containment of the gas for it to press upon. When you describe pressure and thermodynamics, you're completely screwed. You don't have outer space because it's a volume for gas to fill. We wouldn't have any pressure.
PhD in an unrelated field might not even remember this or know this offhand. And
what, this flat earth prerequisite in your height measurements? Maybe put it up again. Second time's a charm for appealing to these flat earth measurements then.
Is this the what do you call it? The Wire Flat Earthers Good at Live Debates? Is that the video we're watching?
Yeah.
Is that this one? Okay.
Yeah. Please let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, were he to make a response. Hopefully he put a link to our video so he can address the second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, and flat earth measurements that he's got on screen now. Because these are measurements.
But just so I can get the history down. So first we had an article from space.com, how to debate flat earther. And now we have this guy. I don't know when this video was made, but now we have this guy talking about why flat earthers are good at live debates.
Yeah.
Okay. Just getting that down. Thanks.
And the lack of having an immediate response to engage with means the...
Hey, Brian.
Just sorry, Nathan. Sorry, just before you, I tried to get in before you went press play. He said a PhD in an unrelated topic may not know this. In other words, he's trying to make up excuses as to why PhDs are losing the flat earthers. Because flat earthers bringing up the laws of thermodynamics. So do you think he knows something about thermodynamics that we don't know? Because I'm pretty sure that he probably hasn't got a clue about thermodynamics. Because if he did, yeah,
I mean,
it's like it's just another. Go on, Danny Faulkner does the same thing. Go on.
It's boring. So I sat through, I don't know, it seemed like 100 hours. I don't know how many hours it was of, I think it was Yale lectures on thermodynamics. And all I did it for, it wasn't because I wanted to learn about it. It was because I wanted one clip. I wanted them specifically talking about gas pressure. So I sat through all of these lectures for hours and hours and hours and hours, and then eventually got to the bit I wanted. And I trimmed it out and published it, and everybody's reused it since. It's the guy where he's like, you take a gas, and you could get a container, and you put a barrier between the two. And what do you think's going to happen when you remove the barrier? Well, the gas fills the space. Right? That's that clip.
Just a bromate, right?
No. It's a different clip. It's from Yale. I've got several of them. I've done it several times. That is, people publish entire lecture series, if that's the right word, on things like thermodynamics. And you can just go to a random university, and then they'll have all of their work on video
when it
published, and you can just sit through it.
Volume.
Go on. Say again.
When it fills the available volume. That one?
That's it. Fill the available volume. And I repeated it over and it fills the available volume. Every time I know someone's nicked it from me, it's got my edit, because he says it 4 times. Fills the available volume. Fills the available volume. Fills the available volume. There's another guy, there's an Indian guy that does it when he's talking about perfume. Same thing. I had to sit through hours of lectures to find that clip. Right? What does that mean? It means, in spite of me declaring how bloody boring I found it, which I did, and I still do, it's not exactly the most exciting thing. And further to that, as flat earthers, I don't need to be knowing any of this. Why? What? Well, we say the sky's a vacuum. Oh yeah, can you prove it? Well, no, they can't, and no, you'll never experience it. Well, what do you say it is? I don't know what the sky is. I'm a flat earther. I don't care. That's how it should be. But suddenly we're charged with needing this to be a debating, structurized point from our opponent's side that they know how to overcome on the spot. if what we bring up your bloody rhetoric and how it doesn't work. And we've had to go to the extent, because you're so fastidious and zealot-like, that when we say it doesn't work, you won't simply accept it based on total lack of experience or evidence. We have to actually undo it at the base level by the description of how gas behaves, by sitting through endless boring lectures on thermodynamics. Because you, the globe believers, have an outrageous claim that the sky is a vacuum. I don't know any claim about it. I don't care either. I mean, that's a lie. It's the most fascinating thing to me. What the hell is the sky? But in this context, I don't care. It's not my bloody claim.
I'm not gonna lie though. I've sat through thermodynamics lectures just to listen to it, just to hear like what what the whatever particular person's talking about it, what their angle on it is. Right? Not to get clips for anything, just to listen to it. That might be a geeky thing to do, but I've done it during the course of the years. There's plenty of videos that normally you wouldn't click on, but I do, and I listen to them just to learn. I like learning.
Yeah,
You know
and
what I
everyone's
mean?
got their different slant. Like the Indian guy's slant was about the irreversibility of it. The aspect of, when he described it, it's like describing perfume. So you leave the bottle off the perfume and it all leaks out because it's turning into gas and dispersing into the volume. And he says it's like the genie that got out of the bottle. It's irreversible. Once the perfume gets out, you're not getting it back in again. Because he's trying to emphasise the irreversibility of the entropic aspect that he's detailing when he describes gas filling space. So he had a very different slant on it. And again, I just robbed it, stuck it out there. And, you know, for all the hours of watching this stuff, you end up with a 30-second clip. But it speaks to our point in the most concise way possible, because it's just describing a principle that we all experience: gas fills space.
And that's
that
why I think
principle,
sorry. That's why I think Brian was right about what this guy is just saying. Like he sounds like he's saying, don't be too off put if one of these flat earthers catches one of these professors off guard, right? That's what it sounds like he's
Yeah,
saying. He's like mitigating for that.
he's
And
making
yeah,
excuses, isn't he?
Yeah, mitigation, that's the
yeah.
word. That's the correct word.
But what he's also doing is taking on board. He's also saying a PhD. He's also trying to allude to how there's no educated people involved on our side of the tracks. You know, we're always just flat earthers. Was there always people with knowledge and education? It's like we keep on beating them in debate with knowledge and education. Do you know what I mean? It's like this is it's a character attack at the same time. You know, that's how I view it.
I think he's just trying to. Most of these videos are actually pain relief for the videographer, and this is a cry for help in the respect that it's, why is this happening? You know, why are people winning these arguments? Why are people being converted? Well, I need to make the public aware there's something awry. They've got tactics and knowledge and research, and you need to know that might be the case.
And why at the end of the day, Glover's their last argument is, well, it's too big to measure the Earth curve that we say is measured.
Be inappropriate.
Inappropriate, yeah.
Flat Earther now gets away with their dishonesty. This happens because the main difference between live debates and essay responses or forum debates isn't honest engagement, but rather it's time. Time is your currency in live debates, not honesty. In fact, the on-the-spot fallacy even encourages dishonesty. When you actually do have a time in a non-live debate...
That is factually true. That's why they silence us. That's why when I went on McToon's, they had 25 minutes to preach, and I was not allowed to talk more than a sentence. They silence us with their rumpusing. I think that's what we call it.
Fun
Running
mute
down
button.
the clock.
Well, let me explain
Running
that in
down the
case there's
clock.
newbies in the audience. So, fundamentalist religious mute button. There's two aspects to it. One is to accuse us of muting them when they incessantly talk through a rebuttal that they don't want to hear. So eventually a moderator in the server will shut down somebody who's just talking straight through the middle of the other person. Well, the reason they're talking straight through the middle of the rebuttal that they don't want to hear is because they then don't get to hear it. And nobody who's in the opponent's server, in the case of our show, gets to hear it either. Therefore, no one can say, you haven't addressed this, because they haven't heard it either, because there's been constant, incessant rumpusing term, because rumpus means disturbance. But ultimately speaking, it's the fundy, that's religious zealot, globe believer, muting the opponent by talking straight through the top of them.
This guy is
So
quite
is
a
he
dick.
projecting? I was just saying, so is he projecting when he points out that tactic? Are they aware of this and know they're doing it?
I've already summed up. This is 100% projection, based on our experience, which we can demonstrate. You know, in the example and context of this and our show and what we experience, we have to take it at face value if he's going to stereotype us. Well, I can only assume you've checked us all out then. Therefore, when I respond, no, it's projection, because this is aimed at all of us. This is aimed at flat earthers and what we do according to him. I'm a flat earther. I'll level it. I'll take it. No worries. But I'll just level it straight back at him as projection.
I think it's also cover your ass because what, like, if the flat earthers were so wrong and your argument was so solid that you could just smash them anytime you want, wouldn't you want them to just speak as much as they want? Right? Instead, so wouldn't time be your weapon? Instead, he's playing it off like, oh, watch out because time might be something that they can use. Not honesty, time.
Yeah, Deception Detective highlights that when he's pointing out people who are babbling on about aliens or Bigfoot or some nonsense. When it actually gets down to the nitty-gritty of their claim, it's sparse and quick and dealt with, and then it's onto a sideline subject or personal affairs rather than the actual subject matter. Whereas for us, 20 seconds of us talking in a rebuttal that proves us being measured flat in their example will not be tolerated. I mean, it took me, 5 seconds to say that? They hear the first 3 words and know where it's going and know that that needs shutting down instantly. Like just described by John when he went out on McToon's channel. 20 minutes of presentation from Ruhif followed by a 12-second response interrupted because they knew where it was going. A measurement of a flat earth that's required. Therefore, shut this down immediately.
Well, it seems to me that it's pretty rich out of this guy. He's claiming that we're using we get away with we get away with lying via debating. So if I'm in a debate and I ask a bowler a question that's very pertinent and tricky for that bowler, am I being deceptive when that question is on topic?
No, it's pure projection. When he suggests that his opponent on the flat earth side is postulating how a sphere-shaped oxymoronic air might not work with rocket ships, I see that as nothing but pure straw man.
Yeah, it's pure projection on this guy's part. Like, he's labeling us as a group as all being dishonest. Now, there is a few, I'm sure, dishonest flat earthers out there, but I don't run into lots of them. Do you know what I mean? And it's only about specific things that they're unable to be honest about. When it, like beliefs, it's beliefs.
Even then, I would call it not necessarily dishonest, because, you know, malice aforethought, you wouldn't necessarily ascribe to people who bullshit about speculative things like ether. Dishonesty isn't necessarily the correct term to ascribe to them, but that's what he's ascribing. Like, we are, with malice aforethought, deceiving people and going about our business to figure out ways to deceive in debate. You're like, does this all sound familiar? Is this not precisely what we experience?
Yeah. Yeah, well, he's making it as if we're a crowd of little smarty pantsers on the internet who try and catch out unsuspecting people who don't have the knowledge. But then that alludes to, or that implies that the knowledge is out there to answer all these questions. Back to Danny Faulkner. He was asked one pertinent question, not a straw man like he has in his nonsense book, a one pertinent question, sat there, not a sound out. Why? Because he doesn't have any answers. He can't answer it. He's wrong.
No, because he didn't like the guy's attitude that asked the question. But he has the answer. He hasn't given it yet.
Nah, he's
Yep.
yet to get it.
Well, he didn't have the answer at the time. He
Hey.
just had to do a quick Google search, like he was accusing us of just doing, by pure projection on
Yeah.
Johnny Faulkner's
Yeah.
part.
Yeah, he provided us with the answer. The answer was, you know, how do you prove gas pressure without a container? He provided us with a video with a guy that proved gas pressure without a container with 3 containers. Simple.
I think there was 4.
Either way, there was definitely not an example that comported with Danny Faulkner as an example, another man who likes to project his inadequacies onto flat Earth opponents.
Right format, such as within a week or two, dishonestly taking facts out of context is very easily exposed, but in live debates, people often get away with it.
Taking what facts out of what context? Let's have an example. Maybe a demonstration of someone doing this on a live podium.
And thus, these kinds of arguments, like the example I gave, are incentive.
What example that you gave? What with the thermosphere and that? What with the globe claim? That little straw man. That example. No, that was total fail, mate.
And one thing a particularly bad faith debater can do to take advantage of this is to demand their opponent immediately cite scholarship and academic research for every single claim they make until they...
My God, this is pure projection.
No, they might ask for citation. Bad.
So, is this the standard then? No, I must be allowed to make this crap up on the spot.
They either don't have a source on the spot, or they have a source that is questionable.
See? I called it totally. What was his next words?
Just to ask, just put the question out there. Who usually has the citations when asked for citations?
Us. Not me. I'm totally lazy as all hell. I never get any citations for anything. I totally rely on my own argumentation, so I don't have to bother getting citations. But typically, yeah, we'll get citations. We'll have them. They won't. They won't know what they've just made up. We'll have to point out their actual rhetoric with citation for their rhetoric that they got wrong. That's what it normally goes down as.
Well, Brenda tried to explain her illustration. She wouldn't give one. She wouldn't give a citation. She wanted to explain what she was illustrating. Figure that out.
For instance, the flat earther might keep screaming for sources, and then the instant you cite something from NASA, they will laugh and say, "Ha ha, you think NASA isn't lying because NASA says so. Ha ha."
No. It depends on the source. See, we also cite NASA. For example, gas pressure is defined by NASA as the force exerted on the walls of the container. End quote, NASA. That's us citing NASA. Yeah? when it comes to gas pressure, go on.
Gas pressure gradients is calculated from mean sea level. NASA.
Yeah, we've got plenty of citations. But his little straw man.
We take
go on,
the Earth
go on,
as a
Chocolate.
flat,
Sorry.
non-rotational plane. NASA.
One more time, I'll rumpus you.
Yeah, we accept the Earth as a flat, non-rotational plane. NASA.
Say it again, Chocolate.
One
We take
more
Earth as a
time.
flat, non-rotational plane. NASA.
Yeah, precisely. So he's suggesting that in rebuttal, we would suggest when a glober offers NASA evidence that we would discard it with a hand wave dismissal. Au contraire, no. Our evidence tends to get dismissed by way of hand wave dismissal, and we indeed do cite NASA. However, when the evidence is claimed to have come from a place that cannot exist because it violates natural law, aka a sky vacuum, we'll call a spade a spade. In this case, a second law of thermodynamics violation spade. Go ahead.
I just find it funny. It's like, oh, you got NASA citations? I got NASA citations too. What?
Right.
we both got citations from the same silly industry, industrial complex nonsense governmental agency. So what? Which ones actually stand on the ground? Right?
Yeah. I could cite them when it comes to the lift effect. I mean, there's a lot of things you can cite NASA with.
100 people watching, might as well do our call to action. So we are covering Mantis Wave, why are flat earthers good at live debates? So please let him know, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Help him along in the YouTube algorithm. Hopefully he'll make a response video and address the second law of thermodynamics, given that he's a thermodynamics expert.
Ha! Smug flatoid laughter intensifies. It's all, of course, very silly, but it's unfortunately the on-the-spot nature of live debates that allows this kind of rhetoric.
EasyJet's big orange set.
The next myth is that live debates show who is smarter and more knowledgeable of a topic. Ignoring the fact that even if both people are debating fairly and in good faith, it really just shows who has better memory, this is still a pretty big misconception. It's not that a person who's good at debating a topic understands the topic better, rather they understand how to debate the topic better. Flat earthers generally don't understand physics and...
But does he think those things are not mutually exclusive?
Wow.
What's he talking about? To be able to debate a subject well, you've got to know the subject well. He's saying you don't need to know the subject well, you just need to know how to debate the subject well. What? That's just stupid.
He's just literally trying to say if the flat earther knows what he's talking about, it's not because he knows what he's talking about. He knows how to sound like he knows what he's talking about.
So it's like suggesting that somebody on a podium debating about the best fuel injection system for an engine gets off the podium and you go, what kind of car do you drive? And they go, car? What's that? You go, the thing you arrived in. I don't really know much about cars.
Well, he's speaking to the idea that a debate exists about this topic, right? Because that's what keeps them going, is the ignorance of knowing. Without the ambiguity, the neutral outcomes, there's no heliocentrism. There's no ball Earth. Those things do not exist.
But it almost seems like he knows that there is no debate. That's why this whole video sounds like... I asked a couple of days ago, right? Was this title sarcastic or not, right? I don't remember who I asked, whoever posted this video, whatever. I remember asking that because I was like, is this going to be complimentary to Flat Earth or not? Obviously it's not, right? But this whole video just sounds like a mitigation of why you will lose a debate to a Flat Earther. I mean, I could be wrong, but that's what it sounds like to me. Because we've already heard, don't get, too off put if a PhD gets caught out there by one of these guys. Because listen to him. It's not because they know the subject, it's because they know how to debate the subject. Right?
No, it's because the PhD doesn't know the subject. That's what he's saying. He's saying that when you hear PhDs losing to these people, it's because they know how to debate the subject, but the PhD doesn't always know the subject. They might be specific in the subject. So that's why it happens. So basically what you're saying is the people without enough information and knowledge can't win the debates.
Geometry better than a random person who at least has a somewhat decent education. But even then, the flat earther might appear more knowledgeable during the debate because one thing flat earthers who...
Right, I thought he didn't have to know much about it, but he's going to appear more knowledgeable without having any knowledge than just debate tactics. Oh, really? That sounds contradictory.
That's why he's saying appear. Like it's an apparent knowledge. It's not actual knowledge. It's an apparent knowledge.
Debate flat earth do know very well is how to debate the topic of flat earth. In other words, knowledge of topic X is not the same thing as knowledge of how to debate topic X. Being a good debater is more about knowledge of how to take advantage.
You need a point of contention for debate. What is the point of contention in this subject?
The only point of contention is after they utilize the flat earth measurements, which ends the debate.
Right. No valid point of contention, no debate. If you don't have a valid point of contention, you don't.
You're going too deep, man. You're going too deep.
No, this attacks the heart of what we said at the beginning of this video coverage. When he uses a flat earth to describe atmosphere, he's used a measured flat earth. Now that essentially ends the debate. That's what we're saying when we say if you are in rebuttal, that is to say your opponent happens to get the first strike in and start claiming about the globe or what you as a flat earther think about the globe, as this guy did, right? You can point out to them in rebuttal how their globe uses flat earth measurements. That is to say you move from the back foot, which you put on by your opponent in this example, straight onto the front foot with their own example of how Earth's measured flat, like we just did with this guy. So when we say no, it's deep, man. No, it isn't. It isn't. It's just stopping the debate and pointing out there is no point of contention now. You measure a flat Earth. I measure a flat Earth. You go off into La La Land and use those measurements to make a sphere claim in contradiction of the measurements. I don't. But there is no point of contention when the measurements are flat for both of us. That's not deep. That's moving forward on the front foot, telling them it's measured flat for us and them.
Yeah, I'm talking about from his perspective. Him talking to his audience.
Pure pain relief.
That's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I got you. It's pure pain relief, right? This is a lot of psychological stuff to unpack here. I'm not going to. I just call it pain relief. He's telling himself, Earth is obviously a sphere. Obviously, they don't know anything, even though they appear knowledgeable. That's not knowledge. That's debate tactics that make them appear knowledgeable with their knowledge in debate. That's what he's telling himself. It's pain relief.
Time constraints. In other words, having these snappy, easy things to say that either take too long to refute or are so obscure that the average person probably won't know about it. This is
gas fills space.
Too long to
never experienced your own flatulence. I'm pretty sure you have, and it's dispersed throughout the availability of volume into existing gas pressure that must be under containment. I'm pretty sure most people would be pretty easily led in terms of the concept of gas filling space. Now, it might be dressed up by some to flex their knowledgeable muscles in debate about the second law of thermodynamics in complex description. You don't have to. Gas fills space, and it's really easy to describe an example. Because it happens always. That's all laws of nature are, descriptions of that which occur always. So when I tell someone that something occurs always, they're just going to nod. They're not going to go, oh, this guy's a tricky one. No. Gas filling space is very simple to understand. Your sky is a vacuum. Debunked. Where's the refutation? We don't get one. Because the sky isn't a vacuum. We win. You haven't got a sky vacuum. That's not complicated. That's not as seeming smart. Go on.
He's connecting it to the time aspect. It's too long to refute.
Gas fills space. That took 2 seconds of time.
No, for him. For them, it's too long to refute.
Oh, right. Yeah, he needs a 25-minute presentation.
Rewind like 10 seconds. You hear him say it.
This is probably the most important.
Go
on, John.
The first step in refuting it will be to use level as a horizontal plane of reference to build the horizontal gradients of gas pressure as you rise in altitude with respect to a flat plane so that you can argue about how spherical the air is.
Yeah.
That will be the next step.
Exactly. So if you've had it put to you with their first front foot forward assertion of spherical air, you take them to their plane of reference that they use in their description. Exactly, John. That is to say, there is no point of contention. It is measured flat for all. Earth is flat. So he's going to be using those measurements to make his spherical assertions.
Lesson of Flat Earthers can teach us about the live debate format. There are a lot of techniques that a person who isn't very knowledgeable can use to make themselves look like they know more and actually know what they're talking about, but only in the time constraints of the live debate. Being
okay, let's hear it.
Good at debating a subject just means that a person knows how to take advantage of the inherent time constraints to make these snappy.
That's kind of repetitive. You need to give some examples and some substance to these claims. Examples would be better.
The arguments. A common one of these tactics is to stay on the offense.
Teach us about the live debate format?
Yeah, he's saying if you want to learn how to better employ tactics, you want to look at the flat earthers because that's all they've got. That's the backhanded slight that he's employing.
That's great. Protects him much.
And keep asking questions until their opponent doesn't have an answer. This is the Socratic version of the Gish.
What, like scattergunning? Like a glober coming here and asking 400 questions, and when you get to answer the first section of the first question, he starts with a new question straight through the top of you? Like that kind of scattergunning. Yeah, we experienced that. That's exactly how we experience the globe side arguing. It's funny that.
Gallop, a technique regularly employed by Sam Cedar, who, while not a flat earther, is an excellent example of this type of galloper. The technique.
Let me get it straight. You're leveling all this crap at our door, and the only example you put on screen isn't a flat earther doing what you're claiming. What the hell? Surely there'd be a dime a dozen examples of flat earthers actually doing this, given that you're suggesting we all do it by stereotype. What a blinking outrage. I mean, seriously.
technique works by asking a question about their opponent's position, and then once they get an answer, they immediately ask another question related to the answer given.
Yeah.
Oh my God!
What's wrong with that?
Repeat until an unknown variable is.
There's a problem with that.
Second.
There's a problem with that, though.
Enlighten us.
We ain't asking you no more questions, dude. We know. There's no need to ask you any more questions. This debate's over.
Yeah, exactly. Front foot forward debating. Declaration of how Earth is measured by assertion of facts. It's not asking you anything. Don't need to keep asking questions. Just tell you how your diagram worked.
But do you hear what he's saying though? Like, to be asked a question pertaining to the answer that you just gave, that's bad? What?
In the context of gish galloping, I think he's trying to. I would read between the lines that he's suggesting. Or I can only go by experience. I don't even have to read between the lines. In terms of we get asked a question, we start offering a rebuttal to that question. And before we've got halfway through the rebuttal, the next question comes. That's our experience.
Yes.
It's not in line with what he actually said, but there we go.
Reached, and then
That's
use the
how I
gap in
took it.
knowledge to claim victory by accusing their opponents of not truly understanding what they're talking about. Now, flat earthers can do this by taking advantage of a very common variable in their opponents. The vast majority of time, flat earthers are not debating someone who works for NASA. This means that flat earthers, in an attempt...
Oh, really? And that is an appeal to what?
This
How does
dude
that change
legit
anything?
just said that they win by claiming that the opponent doesn't understand. How many times have we heard over these years? You just don't understand from
No,
the
he's
Glovers?
ascribing a godlike standard to NASA, saying that the debates between flat earthers and normies with a globe belief aren't of the caliber that's worthy for us to take into account because they're not debating NASA. Right, okay.
I think it's a little bit different.
The appeal to authority.
It is an appeal to authority, but I think it's a little bit different. He's pointing out to people who may listen to him that ordinary, everyday people and even PhDs can't seem to win against us. That's only because we're not out there debating people from NASA. So it's gone from ordinary, everyday people who think they have knowledge of basic education, who think we're stupid, and then find out that they're losing instantly, very badly, to PhDs losing very badly to us, who we're just too scared to debate NASA. You know what I mean?
Well, they're
and while
Doors open.
yeah, exactly.
well, their knowledge is a.
And Duncan,
Sorry,
I
I was just
agree,
gonna say
by the
they're-
way, Brian. Yes, I totally agree. Go ahead, Duncan.
I was going to say their knowledge is apparent, but it's really refracted.
Boom, boom.
to discredit NASA can continuously ask questions about NASA's methodology.
No, we don't ask questions about their methodology. We discredit the region they claim to travel to. Second law of thermodynamics violation, area, volume, gas we breathe at pressure isn't filling. That's a refutation based on natural law to the positive assertion and outrageous claim that the sky is a vacuum. Good.
They discredit the place they claim to go to when they claim that when they put vehicles in the air, they take the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane. They do that.
Yeah, like I say, he's assuming that somehow NASA, the great almighty, are going to be on his side if they were to be in debate. Well, no, we're using them as citations too. So, I mean, I don't really understand the great appeal to NASA. Like, if NASA stepped into the forum, it wouldn't just be devastating to the person, and they wouldn't immediately be called to be fired if they were ever in front of us. That's why they're not in front of us. What are they going to do? What's Conspiracy Cats got that NASA hasn't got in terms of answering the question about how you have gas pressure without containment when it's a violation of natural law? I mean, I suggested earlier that it was in excess of 100 times that I put that to one of our opponents. Well, what? If he was a NASA employee, he'd be able to demonstrate gas pressure without a container? No.
Yeah.
But it would look awful when the NASA employer couldn't overcome that argument. What does it matter if a school teacher or a PhD can't overcome it? It don't matter. You've just said, oh, it don't matter if PhDs can't overcome it because it's not NASA being handed their ass. Yeah? So what happens when they are?
Well,
when there's a conflict.
Brian, then
Hold
John.
on. I just say NASA are smart enough to know to not come into this debate arena, because if they do, they know that we're going to present them with their own citations. Into that. Go on, John.
Yeah, I was going to say that's exactly right. Their controversy, when there is controversy and an ambiguous outcome or neutral outcome, it comes down to good faith. That's what NASA needs, is good faith of the population. That's what they need to continue. They cannot enter into this debate. It's impossible for them.
Yeah, they can't lose
Plus, that
credibility.
citation is a best kept secret, right? It's like an open secret or something like that, because normies don't know about that, especially that particular citation where NASA takes, the Earth as a flat, non-rotating plane when putting vehicles in the air. Normies don't really know about that very much. As someone who's encountered and had, live debates at jobs.
No,
with,
sorry, Chocolate. I
just
reject
normal
what you've
people.
just said because you don't know anything and couldn't have possibly dug out NASA citations and research to prove your point. This is just a debating tactic.
Yep.
And the way they do things until an unknown is reached, at which point they will claim victory because, of course, the person won't know it because they don't work for NASA. A good example of this is in photos of the Earth. The flatoid will point to various photos from NASA and point to inconsistencies how the photos of Earth look, such as
Really?
Instantly wrong.
Yeah.
There's no photos from space.
Right, you do it, Brian. You go
Instantly
through
wrong.
it. I've gone through it
Yeah.
twice already. You go through it.
Yeah, there's no photos from space. Number one, none of them are photos. They're images, right? That was one of the main points back in 2015. Secondly, there is no heliocentric outer space. That's the point. It doesn't exist. There is no gas pressure without a container possible. That's why NASA are not coming forward to answer the question. They know, could they even cite with their own citations? You can't have any of that, you crazy idiots. If NASA turned up, you know what side they're going to be on. Ours.
I have a really nice picture of a unicorn, so we should all believe in unicorns now.
Image.
Right,
Or
thank you.
composite.
Image.
Or artist illustration.
My favourite is the 2002 one because it's got scary subliminal faces and a sex in the clouds. So that's definitely my favourite.
Hold on a sec. Are you telling me if I take a picture of a painting, it's not a picture?
A photograph of a painting.
Yeah, it's a picture of a painting.
Did you want to go through the
Yeah,
hyper-realistic? I always say is it Michael Bean? I'm going to say
It was Alan Bean.
Alan
and
Bean.
Collins. They were
Michael
both-
Collins and Alan Bean. I'll never get it right. Good job, Maria. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, they're both. Alan Bean, I think, was a part of the. I think they were both part of. They were both part of the Apollo program. And they were both part of 11 and 12, Apollo 11 and 12. That both of them were photorealism painters, and one of them specialized in painting the moon, and the other one from the globe or from space, and the other one specialized in painting the globe Earth from space. What's the chances, huh? Photo or painting, not Powerlands, yeah?
Yeah, that was my introduction into this subject.
Michael Collins was also the one who couldn't recall if he saw stars or not while he was in space.
Right. That was
and
with,
Alan
Patrick
Bean.
Moore. So, were there stars? No, I can't really remember.
Yeah. And then Alan Bean was the one who didn't remember he went through the Van Allen belts until he was reminded by Bart Sabro that he did. And then once he was reminded, then he remembered the side effects that he had from going through the Van Allen belts that he earlier did not remember that he went through. So both these guys seem to be artists, and they both seem to have memory problems too.
Wasn't Buzz's response to say that it wasn't a problem because we didn't know about it?
Yeah.
There's some showing the United States.
We would have been told, and then Bart Sabro was like, "No, but you definitely did. Look, look, here's the map for that." Oh yeah. So if we definitely went through that, and then I remember having these side effects from it. Like, what the hell?
Okay, but we're in La La Land,
Reminded me
right?
of the circus sex I had.
Bart Sabrell is attacking them from within La La Land, right? Under the presupposition that we can travel out to the sky vacuum, but there's some funny business going on the way to the moon, as the title of his video suggests, right? A funny thing happened on the way to the moon is the documentary Bart Sabrell made after being allegedly sent tapes of them faking the actual trip to the moon. Now, they did absolutely, without question, fake trips to the moon because you can't traverse through the high-pressure gas we're all breathing into a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum to travel to the moon. So, ergo, everything that is claimed to be in space, including journeys and photographs and satellites, it's all fake. There's no question about it. It's all taking place in a violation of natural law. So when we talk about how things like this go down within the heliocentric nonsense, we are basically arguing from within their paradigm, from within La La Land.
Right. That's like, why would they lie? And Bart Sabrell's going through explaining how it could be a lie. We're not asking that. We're stating why they have to lie. Because gas fills space, and if there was a space, gas would fill it. Therefore, they didn't go into a place gas isn't filling. So
I see Bart Sabrell's. I see that Astronauts Gone Wild more as like a psychoanalytical type of attack, like where especially because he's attacking his own heliocentric, paradigm. But it's more how the astronauts respond to being questioned about doing something that they're purported as heroes for doing, right? That's how I mean that maybe that's just me. That's how I see what Bart Sabrell is doing. At least in the Astronauts Gone Wild. Funny thing happened on the way to the moon was more like uh these guys just accidentally sent me tapes of them bullshitting out their ass. Sorry about the curse.
Which is much bigger in one photo than the other, or one photo being much brighter than the other, or another photo having different coloration than the other.
Or all of them coming from a second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuum, which doesn't exist. Therefore, they're all fake. None of these are photographs, as you just claimed.
Then the flat earther will, of course, claim that this means that these photos must be faked. Now, these days...
No. The area they are alleged to have been taken from, if you claim they're photographs, is an area that violates a law of nature. That is to say that without exception, it's a law of nature, gas fills space.
This is easier for the average person to refute than the thermosphere point, because these days, with everyone having smartphones, we kind of...
Right, easier to refute than the thermosphere point. That's a globe argument that you claimed a flat earther would be making. And we took, based on your diagrams, and the necessity based on research, for the heights to be ascribed based on sea level. That's a flat earth measurement. What, you think it'll be harder to overcome the position of a globe being put in false dichotomy by a flat earther who isn't talking about a flat earther, just refuting your positive claim? No, we wouldn't do that. No, definitely not. And we didn't. We took your measurements and showed you how you used a flat earth for them. That's what we did.
Thermosphere, sphere-shaped temperature. That's basically what he's talking about, isn't it?
Yeah. Oxymoronic sphere-shaped air.
Kind of all know that pictures taken at different angles with different lenses and different settings can make...
Like, different angles? Did you say? What, with respect to a horizontal plane of reference? Yeah, we talk about that here quite frequently. You see, there's you believing that you're measuring globes that won't give you angles to reference, and yet the measurements that you're immediately leaning on require a flat earth to make them. You're gonna need a flat earth for those angles, my friend. Maybe you should look into what they actually are.
Make objects appear larger, smaller, brighter, and with some objects showing different proportions depending on camera settings used. That these photos of the Earth all look different?
They're not photos, and they've come from a sky vacuum that doesn't exist. It's like saying, oh, I can definitely prove Aslan's real. I got the photos from Narnia. No, you definitely haven't got photos from Narnia. But look, here's a picture of a talking lion. In fact, I've got video of it. Definitely not, because you're claiming to have taken them from Narnia. Yeah, obviously they're done on a set. No, I went through the wardrobe. That's what is being claimed. These photos have come after traversing the wardrobe, aka a sky vacuum, via the pressurized gas that hasn't got containment, in violation of natural law. That's our rebuttal. Maybe you could deal with that. Put a link to my video if you do.
Front is actually entirely expected. In fact, anyone who understands photography well enough could even
Photography? How many people have gone out and taken these pictures again?
tell you that it would be weirder and more suspicious if they all looked the same. But
sorry, if something that is the same always looked the same, it would be suspicious, says photographers that you haven't cited. I would suggest that you've just made that up yourself, and you haven't spoken to any photographers, and maybe you bought a camera once, and you're relying on your own testimony.
But here's the thing, because you don't...
Here's the thing, I don't have a citation or a source for what I just claimed, or anything, beyond some guy that isn't a flat earther that apparently argues like this. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, he's just claimed that consistency would be suspicious. Why would consistency be suspicious?
Don't work for NASA, you probably don't know what the exact settings were that NASA used for these photos, and he also...
They didn't use any settings in cameras in Narnia. They're not taking pictures from sky vacuums.
don't know precisely how these photos of the Earth were edited, and the flat earther can take advantage of this fact and ask you questions about their process, which of course you don't know the answer.
Go ahead.
He said, if we go back again, he says, you don't know exactly how these photos were edited. Why would you need to edit them?
Yeah. His point being that the straw man is the flat earther will start taking apart how they've been edited. No, we're flat earthers. You're just wrong. You know, you're stupid and haven't done enough research about what flat earthers say, because I am one. And I say they can't be photos, they're taken from sky vacuums that can't be existing next to gas pressure that we're all breathing. The breath I'm taking is definitely real, so is the high pressure gas. What's that? Have you been to the sky vacuum? No, the almighty NASA have, that aren't in the debate. Therefore, all hail NASA, men have definitely been into sky vacuums. We can all traverse the wardrobe into Narnia if we wanted to and had enough money. You just haven't done it, I can't do it, nobody's doing it, except for the gods at NASA, who can go to second law of thermodynamics violation sky vacuums. No, they can't.
You know what it is, Nathan, and you'll fully understand this. Just 1 second, Chocolate. He's basically saying, without realising it, that the best cinematographers are at NASA. They're the people you need to talk to. That's basically what he's saying, isn't it? You know, ask Stanley Kubrick. He used to go and get information from them.
He used their lenses.
How old is this video, Nathan?
He also used their lenses. So NASA, I don't know about now, were always on the cutting edge of cinematography. So Kubrick borrowed his lenses for low light exposure when filming Barry Lyndon, which was all done, or the majority of it was done under candlelight, so he had to borrow NASA lenses to achieve that.
How old is this video, Nathan?
2 weeks.
Or two, and then claim that clearly NASA must be hiding something from us. It's a ridiculous argument, of course, but...
Sorry, you've exampled someone making this argument, haven't you? Because here's me responding to you going, I don't make that argument. I debunk the place that they've claimed to take the pictures from. With natural law, that is to say descriptions of that which occurs always. Gas always fills space. It's a law of nature. Therefore, if there was a space above my head that you could take photos from, the gas I'm breathing would be filling that area and we'd all be dead. In fact, we wouldn't be alive in the first place because we'd have never developed gas pressure. The first particle of gas to have come out of your sphere Earth in a sky vacuum would disperse into the area of volume you call outer space, never to return. Never to press on anything, never developing gas pressure. The area your photos you lean on from your priests at NASA is fake, and I can debunk it based on natural law.
In the time constraints of a live debate again, it's not always easy to discredit. Another myth somewhat related to this more knowledgeable myth is that live debates prevent the use of straw man arguments. If anything, the opposite is true. The live debate format boils down entirely to who can straw man better and more convincingly.
So, in this example where I've just given you an actual argument, if you were in front of me, it wouldn't make any difference to my argumentation. I've put it to many people in live debate many times. What are you going to do when I tell you you can't have gas pressure without a container? What are you going to do? Suggest that it's a straw man, right? Is that what you're going to do? Maybe you could appeal to delta X and suggest that because we have gas pressure gradients, we don't need containment, when gas pressure gradients also require containment. Maybe you could do that. Meanwhile, you're under the misapprehension that when we're debating about pictures from space, that we could only offer up some straw man that you haven't suggested or exampled. This is pathetic. Please let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Hopefully he'll make a response video, as we've been pretty kind to him, I would suggest.
No, he's just projecting, because how many times have Globers started their argumentation with presenting some type of flat earth straw man to the flat earther that the flat earther didn't make?
What, like this guy did when suggesting how a flat earther would claim the thermosphere. That sort of straw man.
Or the height of stars, most recently.
Yeah. The most recent rebuttal to celestial navigation measuring angles off a flat plane is what's the height of the stars that we're not travelling to when we navigate the ground with celestial navigation and the angles with those stars. Suddenly we, as flat earthers, need to be telling you how high they are. No, you claim they've got a 93 million mile distance based on the AU distance to the sun, which you extrapolate out into the entire universe, until you're actually going to navigate them with them, and then they're infinitely distant. All of them.
But hold on. Don't forget the other straw man that we've been accused of making. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles.
Yeah, when we put together
the
a logical
reference frame.
consistency argument to show that Earth is not a sphere and we don't have Earth curve, we are told that the assertion in the first instance, the P statement, is a straw man. When we say if Earth's sphere radius 3959 miles, then every distance to horizon measurement can be no more than 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That is to say, their claim, Earth's a sphere, and their maths, 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet for Earth curve obstruction, they tell us that's our straw man. Yeah, that's what we get.
Don't forget about our ruined reference frames.
Yeah, Simon Dan telling me when he proactively attempted to debate me via Twitter, that would be to say engaged in debate with a debating point. Dan obviously has subsequently lied about entering into debate with flat earthers. He's a liar. Nevertheless, you've got to lie to Glurf. But he suggested to me that my reference frames were ruined. As a flat earther, I don't have any reference frames. The globe Earth has two. Simon Dan showed how the globe reference frames were ruined and described that to me. A fairly archetypical standard flat earth straw man when talking about Coriolis effect. My reference frames are ruined. I don't have any. You can't example your two of them with 15 degrees an hour drift, so we're going to tell me that mine have been ruined when your claim fails? Yeah, that's a fairly standard straw man. You, the flat earther, say this about how the globe don't work. Do I? Straw man much?
Don't forget he included a video showing the opposite of what his claim is.
Showing no drift when the globe's claimed to be
Showing
proved
no
to be
drift.
spinning with 15 degrees an hour of it in two reference frames. Yeah, Dan's a moron and will ascribe his loss and failure to prove the globe claim at 15 degrees an hour drift by showing me an example without any and telling me my reference frames are ruined that I don't have because he's an idiot. He'll then lie about debating flat earthers. Even though I have been holding up the example where he lost to me in debate for many years, he'll still go on chat shows and tell him he doesn't debate flat earthers. No, Dan, you're a lying glurf. You debated me and lost on Twitter. Got a lie to glurf?
Take this example. The round earther makes the talking point that flat earthers deny basic physics, a claim which, by the way, is 100% correct.
So when I present to you personally now, Mentis Wave, that the second law of thermodynamics violation, sky vacuum, has not had any rebuttal and cannot have a rebuttal. It's a description of a law of nature. You're going to tell me that that's flat earthers denying physics? What, the physical and natural world? No. When we describe the physical and natural world with natural law, you guys don't have any responses. The responses we do get affirm our point by showing us containment.
Flat earthers absolutely do deny basic physics.
Second law of thermodynamics. Let's see how you cope with that, my friend. Let this guy know, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, he'd like to know how you respond to an aspect of the physical and natural world we call the second law of thermodynamics, gas-filled space.
he's literally pointing out fallacious things Glober's doing and then patting them on the back for doing it.
But in
You're
a live
clown.
debate,
Sorry.
it doesn't matter that it's correct, because a seasoned flat Earth debater will go, "Ha, that's a strong."
He's got these little slights in there. This beta.
That's why I said he's a clown. He's actually extremely condescending. I mean, yeah, most Globers are like that, but like I said, you're pointing out fallacious things that your own side are doing, and then being like, "Good job, boy," because that's how you have to debate these flat earthers, because they
Has
don't know
he
anything.
cited any flat earther saying anything through this
No.
whole video?
Not one.
Pathetic. That's pathetic.
This is a giant poisoning of the well video.
Strawman, you've activated my trap card. And then the flatoid will proceed to give an extremely obscure mathematical physics question that even a person with a master's degree in a field related to said question would need at least 10 minutes to properly explain in a...
What?
Did he say flatoid?
Yeah. He's suggesting that we would come up with a physics question to bamboozle our opponent with. Really? When I suggest that gas fills space because it's a description of a law of nature, is that me trying to bamboozle him? No, that's a well-established law of nature. I haven't asked for any complicated descriptions within that explanation. It's just an explanation of how gas behaves. It behaves in a way that debunks your belief in your rhetoric from the priests at NASA of a sky vacuum with photos coming from it that you didn't take. None of the photographers you didn't cite or reference took. When they say, "Oh, well, we'd expect them to all be completely different," said the faceless photographers that nobody referenced.
Way at least that the average person and average
viewer used to be never ask a question that you don't know the answer to. This guy's like doing the complete opposite.
Viewer could fully understand. For example, the flat earther may give the centrifugal force calculation argument, claiming that
my centrifugal force for what? Rotational value that we would be claiming? Oh, would this be the rebuttal to your positive assertion that we have a turning Earth and centrifugal forces within the turning Earth that would be induced that we would argue against if it was put to us as a positive assertion? Again, this sounds very much like a globe claim and globe response from anybody. It could be from a concaver, but why would this be from a flat earther specifically? Now, it's one of them, what do you call them? Oh yeah, straw men. Like an argument that you can easily overcome from within your own bloody rhetoric that has nothing to do with Earth being measured flat, or a claim that I would make as a positive assertion. It's your own claim. Maybe when it fails, you can ascribe that failure to the flat earther as well.
That the gravitational acceleration of the Earth would be different than what it is observed to be if the Earth...
So this is a flat earther, is it? It's talking about gravity, talking about all of these globe concepts. I'm thinking not.
was spinning.
Funny, I was just talking about Strawman 2 minutes ago, and then 2 minutes later, he's doing it. Funny that.
Unfortunately, yes. A lot of flat earthers go into the movement of the Earth and explain how it can't be. I've heard Witsit do it. I've heard a lot of people do it.
Yeah, but going into it after the Glober has already brought it up. This is a globe argument he's talking about.
Suggesting that this is what a flat earther would put to you.
Centrifugal force, that's projection right there. That's their argument.
Yeah, exactly. He's suggesting this is what you'd have to overcome if you were debating a flat earther. It's like what? Overcome your own ignorance of your own bloody claim that a flat earther's putting to you.
Argument is wrong,
because
of course.
Why would a flat earther have a mass centrifugal force argument when a flat earther knows Earth is not moving?
Well, you don't have to make an argument to say the Earth is not accelerating. That is a claim of non-existence. I don't have to show you shit for non-existence, pardon my French. That is such a twisted, just completely ignorant statement that
well, at best,
we don't make.
At best, it's a straw man assertion that his opponent would be tolerating a burden of proof reversal fallacy. Centrifugal force. No, your globe centrifugal force, that what you're having your opponent justify, that's a burden of proof reversal fallacy in his example, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah, well, and on top of that, we have a claim of non-existent motion. That stationary, We don't have to show that because it's non-existent. Why would we give you evidence for that? That's just what you experience.
And if you really want, I could pull up a NASA citation for you. Clown.
Shout out to Roger Ledwell, says Dan the King of Drift, it's pronounced. Flatsoid. Thank you for the super chat.
King of Drift. I like that.
Because the observation of 9.8 ms squared already accounts for this, and thus would be different if the Earth was not rotating, and the flat earther has therefore just made an extremely convoluted mathematical circular argument where...
Sorry, he's making an argument for something with rotational values, is he? The flat earther? Yeah,
Well,
called it burden of proof reversal.
In his 9.8 meters per second, he just appealed to a downward vector in relation to a horizontal plane of reference.
Good catch. You'll need a flat earth for that, mate.
Where the flatoid is assuming that the Earth does not spin to prove that the math which accounts for its spinning must...
Right, is it an assumption that Earth does not spin? Sorry, how is that an assumption? How can I assume that something is not happening?
What is he about to say about the math that accounts for the spin?
Must be wrong. But to actually provide a more in-depth and solid explanation for why this math is wrong, and specifically why it's a circular argument, would take a lot of time, assuming you even know how. In most cases, the round earther just won't have an answer on the spot, which means the flat earther can now flip things around and say, see...
But his defense is to say most globe earthers won't have the slightest idea to prove their own claim that they're making. But the flat earther... in a burden of proof reversal fallacy knows all about it. It's basically his claim.
It's you round earthers who are not understanding basic physics.
No, not basic physics. Your baseless assertion that we are physically moving. That's an outrageous claim that needs a very high standard of evidence after it's been claimed. Me saying nothing's happening. Nothing's happening. Prove it! No, nothing's happening. See? Nothing's happening? What are you talking about?
This is like that article, How to Debate Flat Earthers on Crack. This is so funny to me, this video.
Which is itself the actual straw man argument. But because it wasn't refuted on the spot, within the time constraints, their rhetoric can give the appearance of being correct. So live debates don't prevent straw man arguments at all, rather quite the opposite. The live format just makes it so that the person who's prepared more BS can straw man to their heart's content, while painting their opponent's correct arguments as if they are straw mans when they are not. The next myth, which is more of a tact...
Again, do we have an example? Right. Go on, Choppy.
He's absolutely right. Except that's what the Globers do.
Yeah, I was going to say, it'd be fine if he had an example of us doing it. We can example that over and over again. From your side of the globe, against us.
Than a myth is for the debate bro to shout, X person won't debate with me because they know that they are wrong. Now again, when you
Maybe, but we have had experts debate with us. And when people like Matthew Learns concede that they are measuring Earth flat when they draw out triangles and baselines that are flat, I mean, what is that? That's actually debating with experts and them being demonstrated as proving a flat Earth. I mean, I don't see what the issue is for us. Oh, right, that's not what you're claiming. We're to be suggesting that no experts have ever debated. Plenty of experts have debated us.
Understand that being good at debating...
Say again.
Isn't he a teacher? Matthew Learns?
Yeah, he's a university lecturer.
Yeah. Wouldn't that be considered some sort of an expert in the subject?
Yes. But do we actually have a tally on the number of subject matter experts or claimed subject matter experts that have been decapitated here?
No, but there's plenty of them. There's plenty of PhDs that come and go and get decapitated, as you put it.
X is not necessarily the same thing as having knowledge of X. This myth kind of automatically falls apart. But it's important to highlight this grift because it's really, really common. This is employed by flat earthers a lot because they will claim that because a specific scientist who works for SpaceX or NASA or whatever won't debate them, then...
Give us an example. Show us where this has happened. I mean, I literally, on the intro to every single show, invite anybody and all and sundry to come and debate us. open door policy.
He's trying to give an excuse for why Neil deGrasse Tyson said what he said. I think that's what this is directly related to. He won't debate a flat earth.
My priests gave me a justification for why they wouldn't be debating, and I'm just going to back that right here because I totally trust them.
And that person is running away because they can't defend their position. And then because this prominent scientist won't debate the flat earther, it's then not extremely uncommon for a flat earther to brag about this in the middle of a debate with someone else.
What about when we've got PhDs that affirm our position in debate? I mean, that's obviously just not
to
even
be
considered.
honest.
It's never considered to have even happened. Go on, Chocolate.
Sorry. To be honest, he is sort of in line with what Neil Smoking the Grass Tyson said, because he claimed that he wouldn't debate flat earth because he obviously has the objective truth, and he wouldn't go up against somebody who might be able to win a debate based off personality and characteristics as opposed to the objective truth that he has. So he's kind of saying the same thing, just in a different way.
You know who else said that?
Also,
almost verbatim.
Yeah.
You know who else said that? Simon Dan, when asked about why he didn't debate flat earthers. I mean, obviously he was lying and stealing rhetoric from his priest Neil deGrasse Tyson about having the objective truth. What about reference frames being ruined, Dan? What, no 15 degrees an hour draft to prove Earth spinning then? Like when you lost in debate to me on Twitter, you liar. But having the objective truth is your excuse, like Tyson, right? Yeah, that's him repeating or regurgitating justification for why aren't there people like Tyson just absolutely slamming us? Especially if we become a problem where he needs to make these little videos telling people how not a problem it is and it's just their rhetoric and debate tactics. I mean, obviously this is a problem for you, buddy. You're making a video about it. So why aren't your priests slapping us around? Because they've got the objective truth. It would be easy, wouldn't it?
And that's why I asked how old this video is, because that article was a long time. And I know I keep bringing it up because it's just a funny aspect to me how they have to not tell these guys like here are the proofs and just go forth and destroy flat earthers with the proof, but let's give you tactics on how to deal with these flat earthers because they appear to know this stuff better than you do. Even though they don't know it, they just appear to be able to debate it better than you can. So here's all this mitigation for what they do, which is actually what we do, because this whole video just sounds like a giant straw man telling them these are all the things the flat earthers are going to do. Meanwhile, these are all the things that we do, but it's okay because you can win the debate that way.
Quick shout out to
nonsense.
One sec. Shout out to The Final Experiment. It says, Nathan, you are featured in our video premiere tomorrow night. We are excited to finally reveal the experiment itself and hope you'll participate. Oh, if I'm featured, please put a link to me. Hopefully you can grow my channel in the same way I'm trying to grow this dude's by putting a link to his video. Thank you for the super chat. Also, shout out to Roger Ledwell. Thank you very much indeed for the super chat. Also, he says, why did Make prove a flat earth? Okay. Thank you for the super chat.
He's saying, why'd you make me prove a flat earth?
Why'd you make a... I gotcha. It's
yeah. But the objective truth, when you're talking about the physical world, right, depending upon the question you're asking, whether it's a how, why, or a what is, isn't determined by what you say. Has nothing to do with what you say. What is determined by measurement. How and why is the scientific method. So, well, is that why we're winning these debates so easily? Has he even thought of that?
No. This is a spew of consciousness from a man in pain.
Asking why these top scientists won't defend their work.
Does sound like Toon.
The answer, of course, is because it's a waste of time. There's a very good reason that debate your findings live with a member of the Flat Earth Society is not a part of the scientific method when developing a new type of rocket. Very, very good reason for why that's not the case. What we have instead for that is peer review and live testing. If a rocket...
What? then it's not science.
What?
Peer review is not science. Testing isn't science, unless it's testing a hypothesis.
He said live testing, Nathan. Live.
Okay.
Well, he just appealed to the scientific method after I pointed out what, the objective truth. He has no idea what he's talking about.
No.
By example.
Yep.
Sounds like
It doesn't work.
Go on.
just saying, it sounds like doing it's the kind of thing he'd do. Like he'll do anything he needs to do. Anything. That guy is the most desperate baller out there, Toon. Without a doubt. That guy, I don't know how he sleeps. Because he's under pressure. He'll do anything. He'd start a mock channel just to put out this nonsense. Anything. I put nothing past that guy. He paid to have you killed. Go on.
Will explode. No flatoid input necessary. And it's also because we know that if you really want to check if something is true or not honestly, that's a process that, again, takes time. There are many scientific theories in the past, such as, say, miasma.
Here we go. Scientific theories. A scientific theory would be defined based on the methodology of exactly that, the scientific method. So establishing cause and effect reasoning after establishing what you're studying. That's a naturally occurring phenomena. Once you've got those two stages, you vary that which you assume causes the effect and see if it does or not. And once you've established that it does, you can form a theory. This guy's appealing to the science words, right? To make himself now get bolstered in the, I know what I'm talking about, and I've told you all along by baseless assertion that Earth's spherical. Now he's presumably going to waffle into how it's spherical according to him. Sorry, I missed the U. Yeah, we got it though. Refracted curvature was all over it. Thank you for the second super chat, Roger Ledwell. You'd have to super chat again. Why are you making me prove a flat Earth?
A theory, for example, that were widely believed for years before we figured out why it wasn't true. Truth that
Yeah, when it's science, there is no figuring out after the fact if it's true or not. You've gone through an empirical methodology to establish it, to call it a theory. This just isn't science.
does not have a time limit, and genocide deniers like to pull this script a lot too. History can be taken out of context even more so than physics due to the thousands of...
Yeah, I don't know, he's thrown it in there, I have no idea why. It's not even
He
go
just
there.
compared us to genocide deniers.
Yep.
That's the level he put us on in his mind. He's just a bad person at this point.
That's Toon. It has to be Toon.
Let's not divine it. Who cares if it is or it isn't?
historical scholars that disagree with each other on various minute details. Add this to the fact that genocide deniers tend to be horrifyingly dishonest, and the live debate format becomes by far the absolute stupidest way.
So the example we've got is someone who is not a flat earther, and now the example we've got is a genocide denier. This is 100% projection. If you can't even dig out an example, and we can list off countless examples of what he's describing, but from the globe side, it is just projection.
Way to discuss whether or not such crimes occurred. This is made more obvious by the fact that historical scholars themselves, the ones seriously interested in the truth of the matter anyways, generally prefer to take their debates to back and forth essays instead, while citing various research papers and actually taking time to check their sources and check their facts.
Meanwhile,
like he wants us.
Just one point. Meanwhile, physics is a study of the physical and natural world that involves the assertion of a natural phenomena that you want to know the cause of, formulation of a hypothesis, that's a scientific prediction, and then variation and manipulation of that which you assume causes the effect in your hypothesis, that's called an experiment, and if you validate it, you can form theory. That's what actual science is. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah, it's nearly like he has something to promote there. You know, when someone says to you, when someone tries to land you in, right, with Holocaust deniers, what does that mean?
Doesn't mean anything.
What does it mean?
It's just like me saying...
What does it mean from his point of view?
From his point of view, it's just poisoning the well. It's like me saying, well, there's been plenty of people in prison that have committed heinous crimes and they all believe in a globe.
Yeah, but it's nonsense. What I mean is, when I say what does that mean, what I mean is like, he's basically saying that, without going too far into it, he's basically saying that he's promoting the opposite side of genocide denial. but he's using genocide denial as a way of promoting his thing. If you know what I mean? It's like if you were saying someone's a genocide is denying the genocide of the Jewish during World War II or whatever, then and you're making a thing about that and you're adding it into a video, then that means you're promoting the opposite side of that. You have something to promote, if you know what I mean. Why is he adding it in a video that's supposed to be about us? A topic when was the last time we talked about anything like that?
We don't. I very specifically forbid it on the live show.
Yeah,
because
sorry, John.
It's a horrible thing. If you have a situation where millions of people were killed and someone's denying that they're dead, that's horrible. He needs to tie us to something horrible in his mind.
Yeah, it's just scummy.
Make us look crazy.
It's a horrible.
That's
false
all he's
visual
doing.
skill,
He's trying to make us look as crazy as supposedly a genocide denier is.
He's saying to the audience, hate these people like you hate those people. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
Shout out to Roger Ledwell for the super chat. He says, "We're on the grift now. I want my cut. Lol." Thanks for the super chat.
I'm still waiting for my cut.
Because when it comes to history, there's a lot of dredge work involved. There are hundreds of thousands of documents and records relating to various historical events, to the point where even if you had perfect memory and have been alive for 1,000 years, you would not know them all. Genocide deniers know this, which is why they will always pull the...
Yes, we are still on genocide denial.
What standard are they of evidence?
It's not a standard that I care about because it's not us he's talking about. He's still talking about genocide deniers.
Yeah, but he's leading this. Maybe I'm wrong. I could get this wrong. But I think he's leading this around to there's historical documents to prove we're a globe. Like, sorry, historical documents don't prove anything. History is written by whoever wins the wars, regardless of what you want to claim or not claim. This is the way it is. And you go from place to place and the history will be different. Why is the history different? Why is world history different here from Japan maybe or somewhere? Because history
I don't mind
is
if
a
you want
dodgy subject.
I don't mind. I can spin any of these things into a flat earth proof. If you want to take a historic standard, let's just look at the expansion of the known world. What was that done with? How did they navigate that expansion of the known world, Brian? That's history, right?
Yeah, they had to sail the oceans using the celestials and flat out elevation angles to the sea surface.
Oh, what do you know? So by his own now historic
distances.
standard, if you're going to infer that that's where he's going next, which he may, then we can just offer it the same standard with flat earth measurements. It's the same ones they used to claim the Earth's a sphere, by the way. But I can put it into a historic context and meet the standards. Absolutely no worries.
Yeah, it's just before you press play. To me, it's like as if he's trying to build up through some kind of dodgy guilt trip he's trying to give people. He's trying to build up a standard that he's then going to sell to people. It's like nobody. The standard here is proof in physics and geometric proof. That's the standard. We're not interested in your history standards or your court standards. We're interested in physics and geometry standards. If you can't meet them, then you don't have an argument. Sorry, Nathan.
Debate me, bro card once they're backed into a corner, because it is very easy for a dishonest person to take data out of context from the stack and then utilize the on-the-spot fallacy.
Just figured it out. This is a justification for why whoever this guy is does not want to debate. That's what it really is, isn't it? This is his justifications. Like a stream of consciousness for why he justifies his thought processes in that regard. I won't debate them because this is the tactics they employ. And then spew out how globers behave.
To claim victory. It's nothing more than a big...
I mean, short of claiming we mute them, I mean, that's pretty much... It's ticked off all the list of the things they do here, right?
That optics grift, so that they can pretend
twice
like...
he's claimed on the spot fallacy. I don't know that one. I'm looking it up right now.
Just because you aren't able to give the answer at that moment doesn't mean there's not an answer to give. That's the on-the-spot fallacy.
That's what
like
that
they
is.
haven't already lost. And now, the last myth I want to go over is that live debates expose bad faith. This is a particularly important myth.
Good.
Sorry. The fact that he's employing this on-the-spot fallacy, like as John said, if you can't give an answer on the spot, that doesn't mean that there isn't an answer. Like, what fallacious, what fallacy is he employing there? Because that means, via implication, that there is answers, there is all this proof there for the globe. It hasn't been given yet. So when is it going to be given?
It's an appeal to the future fallacy.
I'll just read it out. I'll just read it out.
Go on, sorry.
Sorry, Brian. On-the-spot fallacy. An on-the-spot fallacy, OTS, is a logical fallacy that occurs when a debater is considered wrong or even incapable of having an opinion if they cannot recite specific data or technical minutia on some topic. The fallacy asserts that one must be an expert on a topic in order to discuss anything related to it, and at that, an expert with flawless memory.
So, therefore, an on-the-spot fallacy would be when I'm charged with going out to do celestial navigation and recite the intricate details of it and show it on a map, for example. And I go, I don't need to. I just need to know how an elevation angle works. No, we can avoid your argument because you don't have personal experience. You can't explain to me how to get a fix. Let's pretend I didn't know how to do that particular aspect. I do, but let's pretend I didn't. And they said, how'd you get a fix? And I go, I don't know. They go, well, then you don't understand celestial navigation. Well, I don't understand how to get a fix. I've never done it. But I know how to get an angle, and you need a flat earth for it. No, we disregard your entire argument because you can't fulfill my request for you to tell me how a fix is acquired. Therefore, that's the on-the-spot fallacy. He didn't example it as that, though. That's not what he has detailed. He made it sound like the fallacy was just that if you can't answer on the spot, that's it. That's basically, that was it.
Yeah, but if you read out the part again, just in a second, about authority, how you're not an expert on it, or whatever. Read out that part again in a second. I have a point to make, please. I just want to hear it again. If you still have it in front of you.
The fallacy asserts that one must be an expert on a topic in order to discuss anything related to it. And at that, an expert with flawless memory.
Yeah, isn't he employing the expertise of NASA? Isn't he basically committing that fallacy himself? As he's saying that, he's basically saying, well, the flat earthers aren't debating NASA people, like they're the experts, or aren't NASA people, aren't the experts. That's basically, he's basically employing that fallacy, is he not? Himself. Am I wrong?
I don't know. I'd have to give it consideration.
It sounds more like he's saying, right, that because if the on-the-spot fallacy is the fallacy occurs when a debater is considered wrong if they cannot recite specific data. So it sounds like he's saying, so if the flat earther tells the glober that, oh, you can't recite this, like, you know, like if I ask, well, what's the radius of the earth, and the glober doesn't know. So I'm saying that I'm committing the fallacy by saying, well, you don't understand, you're not an expert at this because you don't know the radius of the earth, so therefore you can't debate this topic with me. And that sounds like what the fallacy is, right?
Yeah, he's linking the two together. You're half right, Brian. He's linking the two together. So he's got one section where there's the ignorant that wouldn't have the information, therefore by his standards wouldn't be expected to be able to overcome some positions even if they're PhDs. Meanwhile, on the flip side of that coin, the flat earthers are saying, well, we're just not getting to debate NASA, who would be the omnipotent experts in this regard, and therefore, because they are experts, would never be guilty of the on-the-spot fallacy because they would know everything. That's why flat earthers aren't debating them.
Yeah, it's like, because this guy's a baller, so you can be sure that he's getting his fallacy. Most of them get off their fallacy. Most of them want to spew out, this is this fallacy and that fallacy, but a lot of them get it wrong. Like when it comes to cherry picking, Even they never know what cherry picking is. Most of them don't know what peer review is. So they're all constantly committing fallacies. And I'm not saying they're fallacies, but they're constantly committing fallacies. And I wouldn't put it past this guy to be using this on-the-spot fallacy and throwing it out there in his video, yet while he's actually committing it.
Myth to
It's
go
more
over because it's
mitigation, man.
half
It's
true.
him
Live
saying
debates
to his
do
globe-
expose bad faith. The problem is that they don't expose bad faith during the debate itself. It's usually after the debate has concluded that someone else might do some more in-depth fact-checking of what the participants were saying, and then they discover that one of them was being consistently deceptive. But during the live debate itself, this kind of expose is much harder to do, because due to time constraints, the optics are often such that if one person debates in good faith and the other in bad faith, especially when the bad faith debater has better rhetoric, the person who is debating in good faith will look like they are losing, at least in the heat of the moment. This is because a key rule of debating in good faith is that you have
Neil deGrasse Tyson much?
No, we're so lucky. I mean, really, if you think about it, in this topic, it has nothing to do with faith. I don't have to believe or trust or anything because it's based on measurement.
Listen to what he said though. The person debating in bad faith will have the better rhetoric, right? So the flat earther obviously is the one debating in bad faith, but like the whole video mitigation for, oh, but his rhetoric will be better than yours, so don't feel bad, right?
to take
if
everything
you
your
come off losing to the flat earther. Sorry.
opponent is saying.
I have to say one other thing. Sorry. If someone doesn't know enough about the topic, then they have no business debating it. I don't go debating. I don't go on the forums trying to debate how to build engines because I don't build engines. I don't know anything about it. Other than very basic, changing
Oh,
the
you don't
oil.
need to. Oh, Brian, let me just inform you. You don't need to know anything about engines or even cars. You just need some good debating tactics, and you can go into those car forums and whoop them around, son. That's all you need.
Yeah, out debate a few F1 mechanics. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, you will be in bad faith, not knowing anything about what you're debating to be in bad faith about, because you don't know anything about it. But you'll definitely be in bad faith, and you'll only have good debating tactics and straw men. So on your pop, you go hand those car guys their ass, Brian.
Seriously, and actually be willing to change your position, while a bad faith debater will simply pretend to be doing these things. They'll pretend like they're interested in changing their position and pretend like they're taking their opponent seriously.
I'm just here to learn.
Rob Noxious just did that. Isn't that
Literally
interesting?
in the last 2 days. He lied about his position. Couldn't make it up, could you? We've got actual examples of what you're suggesting we do, my friend. It's just not us doing it.
Seriously, when in reality they never had any intention.
Go on.
There's so many of the blowers doing that now there's a term for them, although it's a term from outside of flat earth debate. But the term they're calling them now is LARPers. Or
LARPers.
LARPers.
Yeah. I had an explanation
so
given
it's
me by
happening so
Eli.
much that there's actually a term on them.
It's live action role play. So it's the guys that would go out and dress up as warrior lords and warrior princesses and charge across battlefields and all that sort of stuff, right? They're really living in the costume of that person in that time. And in this instance, it relates to people who are globers. In the most recent example with Rob Noxious, he's been banned, presumably for bad behaviour. And then he's come back and gone, let me back in, I'm a flat earther, honest. LARPer. But I put this down to them trying it on for size. Yeah, that metaphorical costume for the warrior princess in these LARPer behaviour. They're trying on that metaphorical outfit of a flat earther for size still, aren't they? They're still wearing it.
Am I bugging, or haven't there been examples of globers that have pretended to be flat earthers and then debated other globers?
Yeah, we get it all.
Yeah,
that's what we were just talking about.
They used to call that like a PO or something like that.
Yeah,
Didn't
PO.
They used to have a term.
Yeah.
For
We
that?
used to call it a PO. Now it's LARPer.
Yeah, it happened years ago with Wolfie 6020. He debated this guy. The only debate the guy ever had, with Wolfie that is, he debated this guy nobody ever heard of. The guy didn't have a clue about what he was talking about, and just sat there getting educated on the aircraft from Wolfie. And Wolfie was totally relaxed and totally confident and just so knowledgeable. And this guy was totally, green as grass and just sat there basically for the whole debate, getting completely educated by Wolfie. Then Wolfie also, funny Wolfie again, also made a bet with another guy who nobody knew of. And the other guy, a bet about something to do with he could fly in 3 90-degree angles and make a triangle or something, something really stupid like that. And the man owes him 100,000. Like, nobody knew who this guy was. No one knew who any of these guys were, and they never turned up afterwards. You know what I mean? Isn't that funny? How, and that's not the only examples, but that's going back a good few years. How these people pretend to be flat earthers and then lose badly in debates against globers. How pathetic is that? That is pathetic, isn't it? Let's be honest. The only word to give to that is...
Quick shout out to Roger Ledwell. Sorry to cut you off. I'm growing old waiting for just one globe proof. Yeah, I don't... This is pain relief. This isn't him trying to put it out there that there's some globe evidence in debate that you could actually assert in this. It's just a poison in the well pain relief video. Right, let's crack on. There's only a little bit left. 2 or 3 minutes.
1 second.
Go on, Neil.
McToon, stop chat skanking and come in if you got something to say.
What? Who are you talking to?
Talking to McToon.
Bugger eater.
He's in the chat, is he?
Does that mean that this is his video? So does that mean this is his video then?
To do so. And so what
Pretty
happens
much,
is
it
if
seems
one
to be his challenge. It
Pardon?
seems to be his challenge.
I missed the first part. Say that again.
I said pretty much it seems to be his challenge. Yeah.
Challenge?
I said that whole what was it? Final solution or whatever.
The
that
final
seems
experiment.
to be his. Yeah, there you go. Anyway, I said, Tim needed a flat Earth for his last try. I figure he'll need a flat Earth for this try.
I don't really know what you're talking about.
We don't know what
I'm
you're
a bit
talking about.
lost
You'll
now.
have to give us some detail. I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't really
Why don't
follow.
you just come into the chat, McToon, and just tell us all about it?
Oh, no, we'll gladly face Nathan on MDD, whatever that is. We have a flat Earth debate show going on right now, McToon.
Modern day debate train wreck. McBugger Eater, you were exposed 4 years ago. Go Google yourself.
one of the debate participants just makes up a source that doesn't exist or otherwise just flat out lies, the person arguing in good faith won't necessarily immediately know. This happens just because of a basic fact of logic. There is a potentially infinite number of things that do not exist. You don't know what you don't know. For instance, a flat earth...
It's an argument from ignorance fallacy.
might bring up the area.
Things that we've had ballers do on one occasion, where they've left out parts of a citation. They've lied about having citations. They've claimed that they've read out citations, and then when you read them, they added in words that wasn't there, or added in a sentence at the end that wasn't in it. This is them. McToon, that's all your side doing that. That's you. You're doing that. That's you. Not us. You.
Anthony Riley caught someone in the middle of doing it in a video I seen. I can't remember the guy.
Yeah, that was hilarious. He happened to have the exact citation in front of him when the guy started reading it out. And at the end, when the citation had concluded, the guy carried on with an assertion that allegedly proved his point. And instantly, Anthony Riley called him out on it. It's like, you just made that up. And he's like, no, I didn't. It's like, post me the citation that you've got then, knowing full well that he got it in front of him already and he was reading it as he read it. But they don't assume that people like Anthony Riley are that fastidious. It's like, nah, he's got legal training. If he's got an opportunity and Google in front of him and it takes 10 seconds to look this stuff up, not like this standard from this dude on this video where he's like, don't worry about your own stupid ignorance. It doesn't mean they know their stuff and have researched. They're just good at debating. No. People like Anthony Riley will look up on the spot what someone's saying as they're saying it so we can double check that is actually what's written down. and then call them out instantly when it isn't, because you're a bunch of lying glurfs.
Theory's failure
Yeah,
argument. Well,
and there's another.
Go on.
Sorry, there was another guy. There was another guy. It was during that whole is water vapor a gas thing. There was another guy over on Jose's, and he read out a citation, but he didn't read out the end. And it was Dave Rakia said, "Hang on a minute, let me read that out to you again." And he read out the citation, but he read Dave Rakia, that is, because he had only read it that morning. He read the paragraph at the end that the guy didn't read, which states that water vapor is a gas. Remember, they spent 4 days denying that water vapor was a gas. Remember
Yeah,
that?
that was hilarious.
It was at that time, right? It was at that time.
My
So,
favourite,
Matt Hill,
my favourite with
that's
that,
only-
right? It's after the fact, right? Both Phil, Prof. Phil Bell, and Sean Hawkins both did the same thing, right? You just said it was 3 days before they conceded they were wrong, right? Water vapor's a gas. Okay. When I put that to them, do you know what they say to me? Both of them. It was only 2 days.
You can hear you, John.
Go on, John. Or if not, we're going to carry on with the video.
What?
We'll carry on.
claiming that it's brand new research that conclusively proves the Earth has no curvature. They'd be lying.
Is it just me, or did I leave a protracted gap, then say I was playing the video twice, then everyone starts talking? Is it just me?
No, John is talking because he can't hear you for some reason. Your audio went funny for a minute there, Nathan, and I reckon John lost your audio at that point. John, probably just drop and come back in.
I think he just did. Can you hear us, John?
Yeah, I can now.
I think that as me or someone else is clearly detailing the situation, that Neil should come in over the top and make sure that it gets extra detailed.
Through the top of the video. Right, I'm going to play it again, unless you wanted to add something, John, as you obviously take priority over everything that's going on. No? May I continue?
Of course, Airy's failure is old research, and the math behind Airy's failure relies on a hypothetical material known as ether, which we now know does not exist, and we've known this for a long time. But unless the person debating the flat earther is familiar with this specific argument and this specific concept, they may not know that the flatoid is lying about this thing being some kind of new revelation. So if this type of dishonesty is not refuted on the spot, it won't be until after the debate is concluded and someone else creates an essay or article explaining why they were lying that people.
I mean, contextually, can you argue with him when it comes to Ethereans? I mean, I wouldn't necessarily ascribe it as bad faith or lies. They've got faith in ether. It's not proven, but that's the same standards we described to the globe believers in rebuttal to this very video, right? They've just got faith in this stuff, so have the Ethereans. Now, in his mind, the globe believers that are putting their, arguments that they don't really understand, haven't researched, and can babble about without even doing either, are fine and in good faith. But when an Etherean does it, it suddenly lies in deceit. But the standard is the same, and I wouldn't necessarily disagree with him, other than to say that, well, they're definitely lying. It's like, do you think Witzit's actually got malice aforethought and deception on his mind when he punts what he truly believes is true when he babbles on about ether? I wouldn't necessarily go as far as to call him deceitful. Wrong, unproven, yeah, but not lying. That's a step too far, especially when the comparison from the globe side is obviously, by this guy's standards, completely good faith. Like, no, just faith. That's what we're talking about here. Belief, yours, not ours. Ours are measurements that you use for your globe.
People will actually know about it. And again, not everybody is going to watch that fact check. Because for whatever reason, fact checks often get significantly less attention than the debate itself, which is honestly understandable because there is one good thing about debates here. There is one thing about them that is a great thing, which is that debates are actually fun to watch. They are a lot more entertaining than just watching somebody like me going over facts after fact after fact over and over again. Not everybody on the planet is just entertained.
Name one fact he went over in this video. Anybody? Anybody give me any facts?
The only facts he used was to assert fallacy. So, when he utilized the horizontal plane of reference to get elevation or describe horizontal boundary layers of gas or, yeah, I don't think he knows what a fact is.
And are interested in watching a 15
Another shout out to Roger Ledwell, who says, "Come on, MCLoon, we know it's you." I don't know who this videographer is or care. It just could be coincidence that MCLoon is in the chat or VC or wherever he is currently as we cover this video. Could just be coincidence. Regardless, we covered MCLoon by coincidence, not because of this video. Or was it? Doesn't matter either way. In regards to the elevation angle measurements that he uses in his challenge. What is it now, Toon? 87 times?
to 30-minute fact.
Let's make that 88, right? He's listening, right? 88 times I've told MCLoon that his challenge requires a flat plane for the measurements of angles that he uses at the start of his challenge. The genesis of those measurements are flat Earth.
Dump.
You know what's
Can I
funny?
just blow some smoke? I just want to blow some smoke up QE's butt right quick, because the fact-checking part is probably the least interesting part. But that's the reason that Quantum Eraser has been able to systematically destroy every single argument they put forward, because he does the fact-checking. He knows what he knows.
Yeah, typically goes through it when he does a treatment. He'll go through all those claimed unalleged facts, as he puts it, and show where they're not. But they'll be told to an audience like this guy is, as though he's got facts coming out of his ears, right? He's just gone on and on and on. He's got nothing but facts. No, you've got lots of straw men, lots of fallacies.
Sorry, Nathan. He's like a little Danny Faulkner, just waffling and waffling and waffling, but no substance to anything. All the facts are there, but he's not presenting anything. But all the answers and facts are there.
It's all heated, they're emotional, they're interesting. It's all a big show. And I'll admit that even I like to watch them sometimes because of that fact. But it's important when watching live debates to understand that this format is not actually good for discerning truth. I have seen many live debate bros get away with some seriously dishonest rhetoric and some crazy lies, because a lot of them, especially the ones that employ the same bad faith tactics that flat earthers do, know that they can get away with it because they know that the live debate is more entertaining than watching someone fact check the live debate. But at the end of the day, we all like to be entertained. It's fun. So don't feel bad if you enjoy watching live debates. Again, I enjoy them too. But it's important to understand that the only thing live debates...
Can't we show, I'm just going to use McLoon, whether this is him or not, although it seems to be him. Can't we show, treatments the QE did of McLoon? And other treatments we all did of McLoon having debates and different things like that, where he was shown to be completely wrong, to not have the facts, and also to be completely dishonest.
Hey, I got a fun fact from Paula. Fun fact. Being good at debates is one of the reasons, quote, state churches clamp down on those who actually follow the Bible. That's a fun fact indeed it was. Thank you, Paula, for that. There's only a minute or so left on this video. I think even less than that. So let's just get to the end of it.
Really prove is who is better at live debates. And flat earthers just happen to provide the perfect example for why this is the case. Anyways, that's all for now. Thanks for watching. If you enjoyed the video, feel free to like, share, subscribe, or tip me on Ko-Fi or whatever.
Or just let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Maybe tell him about a few of the laws of nature that debunk his claims that pictures came from space. Photographs, I think he said. Wrong. Definitely no photos coming from Narnia. But let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Were he to make a response, I would hope he would put a link to my video, helping us in the YouTube algorithmic love where we do not receive any. Obviously, I don't know why that would be the case, given how easy it is to shut us down, and given we don't have any knowledge and only debating tactics. You'd think there'd be people smashing us around left, right, and centre with facts and proof. Nay, we don't have any of that. In fact, we have all the things that have just been charged to us happen to us. Isn't that amazing? But there we go. So yeah, I'll put a link in the live stream chat, so please let that videographer know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. Any last words before I round out the live show?
Instead of addressing the flat earth arguments, he made a video about why they can't address flat earth arguments.
Indeed. You could just smash us in the face with some glow proof in that video, but why bother? You just poison the well. Much better. Any more for
Anybody
anyone?
hear QE?
Can we establish that in the after show, given he hasn't said a word? Any more for any more on this subject?
QE is trying to talk to you.
Don't do it, QE. You do what you want. You're your own boss. You be your own man. Don't do what Brian says. He's just trying to make you self-conscious, QE. He's done this so there's a long, protracted silence, QE. It's all Brian's fault. Shout out.
That was a good choice video.
One more shout out and then go ahead. Ciao, young cat.
Nathan, I think something's going on
Can
with
you
the
hear me
audio.
saying a shout out?
Nathan?
Ciao, it's not my fault. It's all their fault. I will read your super chat out, I promise. Go ahead.
I think I hear anybody.
Can you not hear me? You not hear me? Is something wrong with your audio?
Can you not hear QE? Hang on, let me take this over, everyone. Can you hear QE, Nathan?
I haven't heard him say a single word, no.
He's been trying to say something to you all along. So maybe QE drop and come back. He's trying to say something to you before you end the show, but you can't hear him for some reason. So just give him a moment.
I can provide beautiful, soothing music if you like.
I believe it had something to do with this show that he's going to have today. Yeah, what he was trying to tell you had something to do with his show he's having today.
I'll just shout it out. I think he's probably figured out that I'll know that. Now you've said that.
He's calling it Ballbusters, not QE Live, by the way. Today is Ballbusters.
Oh, he's going to cover the second.
To say it.
I might join then. I got something on. I might join. So tonight, be here or be Sphere on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel at, I'm going to assume, 7 p.m. UK time and about 1 p.m. Central Standard, something like that. Anybody going to correct me? No. Anyway, be here or be Sphere, we're going to do another Ballbusters. So we did do part 1 of Witsit Gets It versus InfoWars, and I assume it's going to be part 2. So we can cover the rest of that video as we got about halfway through it in the 5-hour session we did on Saturday. So I may or may not be a part of that. We'll see how my schedule permits. But if you do want to tune in, it'll be on the Quantum Eraser YouTube channel later on this evening. So be here or be Sphere. Anything else? Anyone else wants to plug? Bob is still live. No, I'll shout out Charlie and Cat. For God's sake, for God so loved the world that he gave his one and only Son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have eternal life. John 3:16. Thank you for the super chat.
You got me now?
I hear you.
I left a pause intentionally for comedic effect. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
You want to do your own plug?
No, you just did it. You're fine. Thank you.
Okay, perfect.
Boogerator.
I heard it. Listen, he was in chat the whole time, and that video was him. There's no doubt about it.
Who cares?
Yeah, who cares?
Sentiment.
He cares.
Was he looking
Well,
to
he
debate
might care,
Nathan?
but it's the sentiment. It's the notions that are dealt with in the video that I care about. If it's him, who cares? If we knew it was him, would it matter?
Obviously, he cares because he's here, right?
No, he's not in VC.
Yeah.
Is he in VC?
No, but he's in. He was in the live chat. I would doubt he'd be in your live chat these days, Nathan, if that wasn't him.
Come again?
I find that a very difficult coincidence to believe in. To be honest.
Agreed.
Let's focus on this indefinitely. It wouldn't matter if he'd have put it
Oh,
under
no,
his
hang
own
on.
name,
You don't
though,
need
would
to
it?
put down. You don't.
If it
There's
wa-
no need for that now. You're
Just hear
putting
me
the
out.
subject down. We're
Just hear
not
me
trying
out.
to indefinitely. We're making conversation while you were,
No, I'll make this
I just need to
conversation,
shatter
and
your
you're
self-esteem, Brian. I'm just here to demote you and make you feel bad. That's all. Obviously.
Yeah, that was it though. But that's it. You're trying to make what me and Neil were bringing, because what you're doing is you're cutting the legs out from underneath the topic. So we had no intention of continuing on for any great length of time. But you're cutting it down as like, that's a stupid thing to talk about. You're stupid. That's what it comes across as.
Okay, Brian, he's well stupid, but he knows because they watch every day that Nathan does reaction videos. So he puts this one out there because it's him. And he knows Nathan's going to react, and he's obviously going to be in chat the same day. Oh, really? No, not a coincidence at all.
Yeah, come on.
The thing is, if it is him that done the video and in the VC, it only shows that he's aware of the deceptive tactics he uses when he talks to flat earthers or
Yeah.
doing the whole thing with debate. It demonstrates that adequately that he is a piece of garbage.
Yeah, I mean, he has a whole video about how dishonest flat earthers are, while he's where I have to say I'm 95% certain it's him, while he's making a video under an assumed name. What happened to your original? You know what I mean? It's like this. It's like it's someone else's channel or something. I don't know what it is, but there's just something wrong there. Why is he suddenly in the chat? You know, so it's like
and then he says
he's showing the dishonesty he's claiming we have. Sorry, Neil.
He says there's never been a debate on this show, but he wants a debate on modern day debate, which never is a debate at all.
Well, if he pays me that €5,000, he has it. All right, John.
What's the valid point of contention to debate over?
That's what I said in chat.
Gas giants are solid enough.
Yeah, and the sun reflects radar or something, wasn't it? Or wasn't it? Wasn't he was saying he didn't understand what a black body was? He was trying to say, what was it he was saying? Or reflected off the sun. What was it, QB? Come on, you remember it.
I'm aware of the radar claim, but that's using a horizontal plane of reference. How's that happening?
But he was claiming that there was something, I think it was him who was claiming there was something being reflected off the sun, not realizing that the sun is officially called a black body, which means, I know this because I've learned it through QE, that it means that it absorbs light. You know what I mean? It's not a mirror for reflecting it.
Chewie went silent on us, Brian.
Yeah, just when we needed him, Neil, he just left us.
Yeah, it's a dumb claim, but even if you're using radar, it wouldn't help them. It's just so nonsense. It's not a valid point of contention.
No, it's nonsense. It's a two-way speed light calculation. That's all it is. As I said, you can divide that by 16, divide it by 32. In the real world, the difference is so minute that it wouldn't be noticed. Do you know what I mean? It's a joke, you know.
The joke is, if you had the winning point on something, pick anything, and you hear a show going on and you know, wait a second, these guys are crazy. I'm going to come in here and I'm going to destroy them all because you got the winning point. You would come in and you would win the debate, wouldn't you, Brian? If you had the winning point, would you not come in and win it?
Well, if you had the winning point, you'd be giving it to everyone else on your side, and they'd all be using it. And you wouldn't even have to debate. Do you know what I mean? You wouldn't have to go and debate. Your winning point would be good enough for everyone that's on your side to beat the opposition with. Do you know what I mean? You'd have a thousand debaters out there on YouTube, Discord, TikTok, you name it, beating all the flat earthers with your winning, or whoever your opposition is with your winning point. Kind of like they're doing with our winning points, Neil.
No, that was the whole point of this guy's video, that we have the winning point, but going up against flat earthers in a live debate will make it look like you don't have the winning point. And why? Because they don't have the knowledge of what they're debating about. They just have the skill to debate about what they're debating about without the knowledge. And then if you get called out for not knowing something, don't worry, because they're just committing an on-the-spot fallacy by telling you that you don't have the specific data and therefore you're not qualified to debate this topic.
Oh. Wait. So you're saying that's the reason he made that video, so he wouldn't have to come in and debate. I get it now. Oh, what a
I'm
slick
not
stuff.
I'm not assuming it's McToon or whoever. I'm just going for the video, the guy who made the video. I don't know if that's McToon. If it is, it's even
overall,
worse because supposedly he's somebody who debates against flat
no,
earthers. So why would somebody who debates against flat earthers be also the glober who's going to tell other globers why we suck at debating against flat earthers? Because that's what that video was.
I'd feel it's no. I wouldn't say that you're wrong about that. I couldn't say you're wrong. I couldn't say that because I don't know his exact intentions. And based off of what was in the video, you could you could kind of deduce that. Let's just say up to a point. But it sounded to me like when you were bringing up PhDs and how they can be caught out as well and blah 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 and this on the spot fallacy nonsense he's using. It sounds to me like when a baller turns up all full of bravado and confidence and arrogance and big talk, and then they're shown to be pretender clowns within the space of 3 minutes, 4 minutes, even just in a minute, one question. It sounds to me like he's trying to do damage control on all those thousands of situations because they're in the thousands at this stage. They have to be. The amount of ballers that have turned up arrogantly to try and debate flat earthers with big ideas about themselves and making themselves look stupid, claiming stupid stuff to do with their own paradigm that they have got wrong. Whether it could be something as simple as gravity is a force, which it hasn't been since for 109 years within their own paradigm. Do you know what I mean? Things like that, just not knowing their own paradigm, it was enough just to make them look bad. So to me, it seems like he's trying to do a certain amount of mitigation for this. It's like a bit of damage control. Like that only happened, but chocolate. If I'm turning up with a load of big talk to you, acting all bravado and arrogant, right, and brave, right, and I make myself look stupid, right, because you pull me apart and you show me up to be a pretender clown, are you committing an on-the-spot fallacy?
Apparently, only if I charge you with not being able to debate the subject, being that you don't have the specific data required to debate the subject. So if I charge you with that, then I'm committing an on-the-spot fallacy.
But if I've just
from what I'm hearing,
that I don't
that's
have
what that is. Sorry.
But if I've just proven I don't have the information, if I've just proven that I didn't even know my own paradigm properly, then you're not committing an on-the-spot fallacy. I'm just committing
that's just you
fallacy.
losing the debate. But don't take it as you losing the debate. Take it as that's a flat earther committing a fallacy against you.
Yeah.
So therefore, your win is your loss.
Exactly. When they win, they're not really winning. It's just you haven't been well researched enough, and don't consider it as them being well researched. They've just caught you out in their tactics. Obviously.
Obviously.
That kind of sums up the whole video for me. It's damage control on all those situations where he's trying to say when a baller comes in all gung-ho with bravado and makes an absolute idiot out of themselves, so idiot out of him or herself, and they end up having to disappear with their tail between their legs, and they don't even concede that, and they won't even concede, they just have to go away, or they tag someone else in to save them some white knight. That flat earther is committing a fallacy because they dealt with an attack, a debate attack on them or something, and successfully. So when you're successful, you're just committing a fallacy against one of them, according to that video.
And he must be doing his fellow Globers a service, right? Because what did he name the video? Why are flat earthers so good at live debates? So that's what he's addressing. That Globers have this question: why are they so good at flat earth at live debates?
I wonder if he asked.
But it's go on, sorry, John.
Go ahead,
I wonder if whenever he asked that question, did he ever consider, even for a microsecond, it's because they're right?
That's exactly what I was going to say.
Of course not.
It has to be one of the answers. It has to be one of the answers.
Well, that's what I was going to say.
You know what I mean?
That's exactly the direction I was going to go, except for I was going to add something to it, right? Maybe it's not their debating skills because I couldn't guarantee that I'm a better debater than Ruvik, right? I couldn't guarantee that, right? But if I've got the winning arguments and I'm good enough, then I'll win. You know what I mean, against a baller, because I've got winning arguments, because I'm right. Do you know what I mean? So is it tactics or is it who has the actual truth? Do I need tactics if I can show you a measurement, John?
No, because that's not a debating
No,
point.
if you have the knowledge of what you're trying to debate, that's actually a tactic. Or if you can actually pretend that you have that knowledge and formulate that into a debate, then that's a tactic also. So no matter how you slice it, if the flat earther seems to know what he's talking about or knows what he's talking about, you've automatically won, because he's going to charge you with some fallacy because you don't know what you're talking about. Therefore, you've won the argument. This is how batshit crazy this guy is.
Yeah, it's given me an image of some evil guy at a computer, right, with the computer screen shining on his face, and he's a little evil grin on him, and he's one of these evil flat earthers with tactics and fallacies, right, beating all these ballers who have the winning arguments, but they don't have the tactics and the fallacies.
Nah. I mean, what's next? They're going to accuse us of having people in our earpieces.
Nah, that's them. Also caught out by Sleeping Warrior.
What about
Jaren,
this statement? What about this? Sorry, John. What about this statement? Shh, don't mention 90.
Jaren actually accused me of Jaren actually accused me of potentially having an earpiece if I was going to debate. Like what I'm saying now, there's someone telling me to tell you guys.
Darren knew that you were going to hand whoever went up against you their ass. He knew it. And that would mean it's a total win for FED and loads and all of his followers that he has, all the ones that he has successfully, yes, not all of them, but all the ones which is probably a majority of them, that he has successfully shielded from FED, right? Suddenly he's going to expose them all to FED. And someone from FED panel, right, a member of the FED panel, tearing apart one of his pretender clown baller friends. That's what was going to happen, and there was no way Jaren was going to have that, because all the people subscribed to him going, Nathan Oakley, have you heard of that name? Who is John Refracted? You know what I mean? Suddenly all these people are going asking questions. Who are these people? He didn't want that. No way. He didn't want you saying that you're going to need a flat plane for that, and then showing, do you know what I mean? They're going to need a flat plane, and they do use a flat plane for that. And it's a measured flat plane. He didn't want you doing that 100 times within 2 hours. He didn't want that.
Yeah.
Don't mention 90. Sorry.
The thing is the video, right, that we had that QE had reviewed was one where McToon, I believe it was McToon, was looking at another computer screen and reading the information off of it. Like it was glinting in his friggin' glasses. And he was worried that I was going to be fed, but at no point did he say anything to McToon through that whole video when it was obvious.
Yeah, that's what he does.
I'm sorry. Who was it that was caught feeding somebody else? Wasn't it Soundly and Geo Streber or something like that years ago?
They're all at it these days, Chocolate. That's what they tend to do. They're never sitting down just looking at the camera. There's always a monitor or two to their left or right, and they're looking at it. Always. You're there answering something, or the flat earther saying something or answering something, and they're just the flat earthers consistently looking forward unless they have to look down, and they say they are to send something or to get something or whatever. And other than that, they're looking straight forward at the camera. And the baller is looking down at some screen all the time. Why? Because they're constantly being fed, constantly. But they have a little team, a Globe Force 10, whatever they are, team And they're all feeding each other the information to beat these evil flat earthers with their tactics and their fallacies. Don't mention 90.
I'm straight
That
off
was-
of Globe Force 10.
There is a
Straight
Globe
off of
Force
that
6.
right there.
Globe Force 6. There is a Globe Force 6 over on some, was it the politics server? Globe Force 6. Remember them bozos.
You know the funniest thing about that
Yeah.
video. Oh, sorry, Neil, but the funniest thing about that video we just watched is the recognition that we are winning.
Yes.
Yep.
I'm trying to say that.
That's what I've been trying to point out the whole time.
You want chocolate?
So we established that right at the
Danny
beginning.
Faulkner,
It's mitigation for why we are winning. Look, don't worry about the fact they're winning. It's only because they've got fallacious arguments and better tactics and you're not knowledgeable enough, but that's not a problem and they haven't even got knowledge. All is mitigation for why we're winning.
But they're still winning.
Yeah.
Pain.
Well, the
So much
intro
pain.
to hold on. The intro to. Go ahead.
You just said so much pain. Go ahead, Neil.
The intro to that Whitsitt and the Harris guy was, he was saying that why he was asking him, why do you do so well against ballers? That was in the intro.
I don't know if they see it as actually us doing well. They just see perhaps that there's lots and lots of flat earthers by statistical analysis. They claim, I don't know if it's true, that there's more and more of us. Or, you know, I don't think it's because of our popularity. We're shoved to the bottom of the lists and, you know, in terms of the audience expansion, it's very, very slow. So it's not like we're suddenly reaching a whole bunch of people to have this blame ascribed to us. You know, I mean, I'd love to take that and call it a big compliment, but I don't think I'd be being true to myself if I did take it that way. But in reality, just the tides are changing in terms of general populist view. Now, this guy, if it is McToon, let's pretend it is for a second, he wants to ascribe that to someone and something that's happening. And in this particular instance, if it was, it would be because he doesn't want to get involved in that because he's scared of losing.
It's also, I think, I don't think they're helping their own argument, which is another reason for the mitigation. And I see this as mitigation part 2, because I thought that article from space.com was mitigation part 1. Now this is part 2, but they're not helping their own argument because, I mean, I've heard flat earthers that became flat earthers by listening to what the globe defense was for the globe. And, you know what I mean? So they're not helping themselves. You know?
Well, the analogy I give to the.
Go ahead.
Say it.
Go ahead, whoever it was from Discord.
Yeah, that's me. It's like I became a flat earther because it was absolute nonsense that the globers were saying about how we prove a globe.
There you go. Point proven.
Right, same as me. I went to prove the globe, and I couldn't believe what I was getting. Climb up a tree. I was like, climb up a tree? That's what you're going to give me?
Seems reasonable.
That's what you got. Go out into the world with climb a tree and see how well you fare off.
Right. Change your elevation with respect to a horizontal plane. And,
Yeah,
and that'll
John.
prove a globe.
Exactly. You'll need a flat earth for that example.
Increase the diffraction limit and you'll see the curve.
Yeah, you'll need a horizontal plane of reference and eye level parallel with it for that claim, Brian.
Yeah, well, you'll need a flat stationary self, a flat stationary self. Oh, I'm after rounding it.
You'll need a flat stationary plane for that.
You can't be talking about the same flat stationary plane that NASA is talking about when they're actually putting vehicles in the air.
Yeah, we are. Yeah, same flat plane. Yeah, same one.
Sorry, I have it now. I just forgot my own my own rhetoric. Forgot my own rhetoric. Embarrassingly, you lead a flat, stationary, enclosed, self-automated dynamic plane. So I'm at the rim. I'll say it again. You lead a flat, stationary, enclosed, self-automated dynamic system for that tree.
For that tree?
Yeah, that you're going to have to climb up to prove our globe.
Right, of course. When referencing eye level versus surface level.
Yeah, because you can't. That tree won't grow in any other thing but a flat, stationary, enclosed, self-automated dynamic system. That's the system that's designed to help the tree to grow and exist.
This sounds like a debating tactic to
The
me.
self-automated
I'm not going to delude
dynamic
myself that you
system.
know what you're talking about there, Brian. This sounds very much like tactics.
This is an on-the-spot fallacy. Just because I have no answer for what you just said.
I have no response to your debate tactics, Brian. That's all they are.
It was funny. I got it wrong 3 times. I used to be able to blurt it out with ease, but because I haven't said it for ages, I forgot it.
Don't pretend you're not drunk.
The arguments in that video, really half of it had nothing to do with Flat Earth at all. Half of it was just, I mean, you could have retitled the video, "Why Are Some People Good at Live Debates?" And the points that he was making are just about debating.
Yeah, but if he did that, then it could be held up as, look how this guy recognises how the ballers behave. Oh, isn't this a great example of our book? But because he constantly contextualised it as flat earthers and compared us to Holocaust deniers, it obviously paints us and only us in a bad light. Everything else from their side is all in good faith.
Yeah, that's why his only example was some that doesn't debate flat Earth, but does debate. And you would think with the years of debating of flat earthers that are on video or on tape or whatever recorded, could have brought out one example, but nah.
I was just going to say it was pretty cool that you'd need a flat Earth for that pressure gradient today, and I think it was refracted curvature said that from NASA.
Yeah, they calculate the gradient of space from sea level. That's I don't have the citation on hand, but that's what they say.
Oh, what's the
It
other
just
thing
really
that
is.
NASA says that they would need for that pressure gradient? What's that again? Oh yeah, container.
So pressure gradient really is a 2-in-1.
It used to be the go-to. I think for some it might still be the go-to, right? How do you have gas pressure without a container? Oh, but what about the gradient?
Right. As they're drawing weapons, we're just kind of taking them out of their hands and saying, no, this ain't yours. This one's mine. You get your own. I could just keep on pulling out our weapons.
Yeah.
Hey guys, what's up? Did everybody did everybody come to an agreement yesterday or just agree to disagree?
Ah, what are you talking about? Nobody was disagreeing. What the frick is wrong with you, D?
I had to go. I couldn't hear what y'all came to the final conclusion.
Brian was right, as always. What are you talking about?
All right.
You set
Go on,
right
what
by
happened yesterday,
You were
Nathan?
set right by
Because you
Adam at
said
the
that
end.
there was something contentious.
Let's pretend it wasn't, so it doesn't get rehashed now.
Well, no, it's there's
Well,
a
it will
problem
do if you're
within
saying what you're saying.
Here we go.
Right, there's a problem. There's a problem within the rhetoric in that is the orbit giving an orientation is if it was one reference frame, or is the orbit separate, within their paradigm, or is the orbit separate and operating as a second reference frame?
Well, the locked situation, that tidally locked situation, that's due to, within their paradigm, gravitational attraction. So there's what they call a point of gravity on the moon, and that is always directed straight to the center of the globe. And so that's their claim for because of this gravitational force, the moon, even if you could somehow move it a little bit over to the left or right, it would be pulled back into alignment, basically. So basically what they're saying is that there is no way for it to rotate on its own axis because of this. It can't rotate on its own axis because it can't turn left or right. Yet, that's the video I put in earlier into Master B. Was like the guy, because they have it in their head, and I know what it looks like because there's no doubt about it. I'm not going to try and deny that there's a definite change in orientation as it's brought around in the circle. There's no doubt about that. But it's not on its own axis. It's not actually turning on its own axis. It does give the impression that it's doing that due to how it's orbiting within that paradigm, but it's not turning on its own axis because it can't, because of the tidal locking. Yet they're making this. See, the problem is, my problem with it was that they're making the same claim concerning the relationship between the globe and the moon as they are between the relationship between the globe and the sun in their paradigm. Yet in one, there is a rotation happening on the axis, with the globe, but in the other, there isn't actually a rotation on the axis. Because
I was just gonna ask that, like, why, what's so special about what the Earth does to the moon that why is that relationship not the same as the sun with the Earth in their paradigm?
Because they can't make that claim with the moon. They can't claim because the moon
that's
doesn't
not what the moon is doing. But guaranteed, if that's what the moon is doing, they'd be like, yeah, this makes sense, and that's why gravity is doing it, because it's doing it.
Exactly.
Because it's not doing it, they say no. Oh, this reason, this mitigation, we'll call that tidal lock. With this force that's not a force holding this ball to this other ball magically in the vacuum of space. It's ridiculous.
Well, it seems to be they're jumping between 1 and 2 reference frames constantly within their description. They won't stay pinned down to any kind of claim.
Well, that checks out.
It's both. It's complete contradiction, because if it's 1 reference frame, then there is no spin. If it's 2, then it has to spin. But they stay ambiguous so they can claim both.
Sounds like rubbish. We don't.
Well, this is what my problem with it was, because they're claiming an orbit around the axis of the globe, but also, right, an axial rotation over a 28-day period of the moon, right? But then they're claiming tidal locking, which means it can't axial rotate, right? Because it can't get away from tidal locking. So they're showing, as I described it yesterday, as a product of the orbit, which does give it change its orientation, and it brings it around in a 360. So because of that, when you draw a cross through it, it looks like, you could say, it looks like it's doing a rotation, but it's not actually on its own axis. And my issue was that they're making the exact same claim concerning the globe and the sun, and the globe does do this, yet they're making a claim of something happening. My issue was that it's the moon, the thing we all see in our own reality, and they're making a claim about it that is not true. That was my main issue. It's like, the moon is not doing this, and you're trying to claim it's doing this while also showing how it can't do it within your own paradigm. So it's a contradiction.
Contradiction?
It's a contradiction within they're contradicting themselves by saying it's rotating on its own axis and then saying it's tidally locked, or vice versa. And they're contradicting the globe-sun relationship. And they're out of date
Double
because the whole thing is
contradiction.
109 years out of date.
Because they got to
So
answer
double
for why.
contradiction.
They got to answer
Sorry.
for why we always see the same face of the moon.
Yeah,
It is only a contradiction. It is only a contradiction if they are claiming it is one reference frame. Moon and the
they're
Earth.
claiming two, you see. They're claiming two. They're claiming an orbit, and they're claiming a rotation of the moon. Well,
Nah, bro, it's just gravity does whatever it wants, man. Listen, gravity is sentient, man. It does what it wants. You know, in some cases, I'm walking around on the surface of the Earth right now because of gravity, right? I'm being pulled down to the ball. Okay, cool. Also, the moon is going around the Earth, and we're going around the sun because of the same gravity. So in that case, no, it's not being pulled together. It's just orbiting around. Now we have a third characteristic where this gravity decides it's going to hold this one particular axis to the moon to the Earth so that we only see one face, right? Gravity does whatever it wants, man. Just like I'm going to do this over here, I'm going to do that over there, and there's nothing you're going to do about it.
Hold on a second. If they're claiming two reference frames, they're not in contradiction.
Yeah, they're contradicting themselves. They always do.
No, they're not. If it's two separate reference frames, then the object that's not attached will have to turn on its own axis to stay facing.
They're claiming it can't do that because of tidal locking. If you know what I mean, at the same time.
Well, tidal locking is when the rotation cancels out the orbit so that you never see the opposing side.
Yeah, but it's a contradiction, as tidal locking means that it can't then rotate on its own axis because it's tidally locked, if you understand what I mean. So as opposed to it being a rotation on its own axis, it's been brought around in a tidally locked orbit, giving the impression that it will look like it's doing that, but it's actually not rotating on its own axis. I'll do the maths in a minute. 1 second.
So what's their explanation for why it rotates on its face, like the other way?
It would be two reference frames.
Because the face definitely rotates.
If they're claiming two reference frames, they're not in contradiction. It's just that simple.
But they're claiming one because of tidal locking, but they're trying to claim two. They're claiming two and they're claiming one simultaneously, if you know what I mean, John.
Yeah, if you can show me the citation for tidal locking that says that there's only one reference frame that's causing this, I'll accept that they're in contradiction.
Yeah, but they're not claiming reference frames are causing this. They're claiming gravity is causing that. I don't even think they bring reference frames into the discussion, do they?
Yeah, they do. The moment they say there's rotation on its own axis is to say there's a second reference frame.
They don't need no stinking reference frame.
Gravity's groovy, dude. See, John is, sorry, D-Rose, John is correct because they're claiming an orbit and an axial rotation of the moon. But and it wasn't just me saying this, I didn't want to go into that yesterday, into this gravity element yesterday, but today I did, right? But I've had several people come to my comments on my videos, and even ballers come into my comments from yesterday, because of yesterday, commenting to me about this, and me commenting back to them, and several flat earthers who said, you know what I mean, it can't do that because it's tidally locked. It can't rotate on its own axis. On its own axis. Like, literally, it's a contradiction, because they're claiming an axial rotation and an orbit, but the tidally locked part means that it can't axial rotate itself.
Would we be surprised if a baller didn't know their own rhetoric? Like, we need to get to a citation where the actual priests of heliocentrism are claiming that tidally locked means it cannot rotate on its own axis.
Well, they do say it does rotate on its own axis, but that rotation takes as long as it does to revolve around the other object.
But that is, see, that's what I was saying yesterday. Sorry, Neil, go on. I'll say after.
So they're saying it does rotate on its axis, but that rotation on its axis will occur after one revolving around the said object, or like
Exactly. Exactly. That's what they say.
Yeah, but that's a joke, and I tell you why. Unless Neil, you want to say something, or you just off mute? Neil, you're off mute.
Thank you.
Neil.
What am
You
I
might
off
have
mute?
to.
Yeah, no shit.
Sorry. Give me a second.
But yeah, the problem
I
with
put it in my pocket and it went on and it hit the button. I'm sorry.
Ideally, it would come with a lengthy commentary about why you were off mute during the middle of a conversation. That would be perfect.
Oh, you're in the middle of a conversation? I'm sorry.
I want to know the steps up leading to the off mute.
So whatever
Well, I was
what it
in
is.
Chick-fil-A and I was getting an order, and yeah.
Okay. What it is that was it Eli that said that is what they exactly said.
What was you ordering, mate?
Oh my God.
He's working. He's working.
No, what it is that they're claiming that we don't see the rotation because it rotates once on its axis over 28 days at the same rate it's orbiting, right? But my point yesterday was, no, it's not rotating on its axis. It might be tidally locked to the globe, so because they have to claim that, because the moon, we never see anything but the same face of the moon, no matter where you are in the world. So, but they have to claim that. But my point was, it's not actually rotating on its own axis, and that's a complete lie. But I was saying that they have to make that. My point was, they have to make that claim because they have to make that claim because it's the same claim as they're making for the globe Earth around the sun. So it doesn't matter if the globe Earth is claimed to rotate once in 24 hours and the moon is claimed to rotate once every 28 days. It's impossible for that to rotate on its axis and us not see a backside of it. That was my point yesterday. Now, I understood Nathan, John's, and Eli's point because they were pointing out that, and even Adam said it afterwards, that there is definitely, and I couldn't deny, there is, its orientation is changing. But as I said yesterday, and I know people maybe didn't like it, but it's a product of the tidally locked orbit. My point is that they're talking rubbish and making claims about the moon, things that does not happen, things that they can't even show within their own demonstrations of. They're showing something that is not what they're claiming it is, and claiming it's that thing, but then they're talking about tidal locking, which makes it impossible.
I hate defending the baller's position on this. I really do. But as long as their claim has two frames of reference, they're not in contradiction with claiming the moon is.
Oh God!
Axis.
Are you saying
No, they're not. But it's at this point, guys, that they're in contradiction of their applied force of gravity, which is doing all of this. It's at this point that Brian has a point because the problem we've got is the definition of gravity and how it's supposed to work is not what they're claiming occurs in their orbit. And it's that mismatch in terms of what a gravitational string would do to maintain an orbit and how it would reorientate the orbiting body that is obvious and implicit in the claim of a gravitational string that is contradictory to their explanation of what an orbit is and how that will maintain its orientation, and that reorientation is caused by a rotation of the orbiting body, not by a gravitational string. I think that's where we got to.
Yeah, that's exactly it, Adam, because them claiming two reference frames is in contradiction with what they're saying is happening concerning the tidal locking. Because the tidal locking makes that impossible. That's the whole point. It makes it impossible for the moon to do anything but what it's doing around the globe. So it couldn't rotate on its axis because of tidal locking. Yet they are claiming two reference frames because they're claiming an orbit and they're claiming axial rotation. I just posted something from NASA there about title locking into Master B if Nathan wants to share it or anything. I don't know if he's going to do that.
Hopefully not.
Well, why don't you put your foot in the water, John? I've been asking you to since yesterday, but all you can do is go, oh, go.
Yeah, John. Kiwi John.
Oh, you can hear me now.
He told me that's why he went shooting yesterday. He was sick of it.
Yeah. This is what it is, okay? Now, water can flow or it can crash. Be water, my friend.
Thank you, Bruce Lee.
This is the third time I've been hearing it.
Hey, next time you do that, you got to do it in the voice of Bruce Lee.
Well, we're effectively arguing about how the lamppost works in Narnia. You know, that's what we're effectively arguing about, is how the lamppost works in Narnia.
Yeah.
Well, I had a greater point to it, to why I brought it up. I had a greater point that it was actually a problem for the globe. But because I've gotten in so much argument with it, I'm not forgetting it. If you had all just agreed with me yesterday, I would have gone up at the point. But now it's after going out of my head. Why was it this so important, Brian? But I will remember it, and you'll all hear about it.
I don't mean to be self-involved or anything, change the topic, but did you guys get a chance to hear the song?
Is it Flatsy singing that, by the way?
Say again?
Is it Flatsy who's singing it?
No.
Brilliant, though.
Did you like it?
Yeah. Really.
It's
good
outstanding.
Lyrics. The lyrics are funny.
Wait a second. What song are we talking about here? There's a song?
Yeah. Nathan.
Yes.
I sent it to you.
Okay.
Play it.
I'll
You
have a look
you
at
can
it.
play it.
I'll have a look. I'll evaluate
I got the
it
right
first.
odd.
I guarantee copyright strike straight away.
Yeah.
And then success on appeal. But you will get struck straight away because the quality is too good. It's not apparent. You know what I mean? But it is. It fits the criteria, but you'll get struck straight away, guys.
I'm good. I'm honestly good. Tempting, but thanks.
Tempting, but
I
I don't know why.
Is it original content?
I got the rights to it. So
yeah.
Oh, if it's original content, you shouldn't get copy strike for it, right?
He will
I didn't
straight
do it.
away, and then he'll get it reinstated after appeal. But there's no way that music will not get you stuck.
All right. Fair enough.
Is the music someone else's, but the lyrics are completely different? Is that the problem?
Yes, both.
I don't know. Drace did it over at 24/7. I don't know how the hell. I think he did it with AI.
Is it posted in the Master B or?
Yeah,
listen
a
to
couple
it.
ways. Hold on. Let me put it back in there. Jesus.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Well, I'm playing it today. Tell you that much.
That's right, because you don't bow down like Nathan.
I don't know. Do they copyright strike AI stuff?
It'll get a copyright strike because it's not an original song, is it? It's a cover, and somebody's done their own lyrics. So it'll get based on its similarity to the tune, and then you'll be able to appeal it, and you'll win based on changing, novelty, parody, all of those things. You'll not lose because you're not singing their lyrics.
How do you know that?
Oh, whatever.
But guaranteed, because a bot will automatically tag it, flag it, and try to earn some money off of you. Yeah? And then as soon as you appeal it, it'll get undone because you've got a valid case. But a bot will automatically tag that.
Go ahead, Brian. I like that feigned exasperation. Go ahead.
No, I was just taking off you. That's all.
Yeah, I know. It sounded just like me. I love it. Yeah. There you go. I mean, it's the song, dude.
Well, you said Drace. Drace
I don't
did
hear
it.
anything. I don't hear you.
Drace was always good at making music. So shout out to Drace, brother.
Yeah, Dre sent it to me last night. I sent it to you also, Chocolate.
Ah, okay.
You don't read your Skype, so I didn't think you'd see it.
Can you just put it in Master B? QE so everybody can...
Why didn't I get one sent to me? Why does Chocolate get one sent to him? What, is he your favorite?
Yeah, little favorite.
I just shot it out to whoever. It wasn't anything planned or anything.
It's funny how you didn't choose it out to certain people.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. I mean, I got shut down Saturday when I wanted to say something, but others were given free reign. I was
How many
told,
songs you got,
now.
Neil? How many songs you got?
How many songs you got, Neil?
All together?
Yeah, all together.
About 13. No, I was in a band, guys. Taught my son how to play the bass. I have about 13 original. I have about 13 original songs.
What? About you?
No, not on YouTube.
That's
about
what he's
Flat
talking about.
Who sings that?
What does that
girl
have to
can
do with
sing.
anything?
Who sings what?
The song you just posted. I
I
want to
have
listen
no
to
idea.
it.
I have no
That's
idea.
good.
You like it?
That's
Yeah, she's
sung
got
by the
powerful
AI.
voice, don't she?
Say again.
Yeah, that's sung by the AI. Like, you can upload a voice and it will use it for singing.
Yep, I'm hearing that's a thing now. there are even rap battles happening in AI now. It's
Are you
kinda
kidding me?
nuts. Nope.
That's sad on a whole new level.
Wow.
Yep.
It was sad to
Matter of
begin with.
fact,
Shut up, QE.
The fuck?
matter of fact, I wrote one called Cinder Block and Steel.
Well, whoever originally had that voice was a powerful voice. No matter what the AI did with it.
No, like the AI could actually be the voice. Like from what I hear, like I could sing the song, and then you could put that in, and it could change my voice to that voice. That's literally like what
Right.
people are doing
But
now. Like somebody rapped something and turned it into Tupac recently, right?
Right. It could change your voice into someone else's, but you still need the someone else.
I guess you could, or you could just put the. I'm not big on the AI, but from what I'm hearing, like you could just put that in. Like you just type in the words and tell it to sing a certain way, and it'll sing a certain way.
Right, but it's using. Never mind. It's not that important. Sorry for interrupting.
So wait, then they'll be able to. A lot of people got their own voice, like to say get in their bank account or certain. You'll have AI doing that and break into people's shit. How can they allow that?
How can they stop it, Neil?
Well, then you can't use voice verification on anything if AI is going to copy it.
Yeah, that's probably a bad idea. But
The criminals must be going crazy at this point. I know I would be.
I
think
would
the machines are
definitely
smarter
not.
than you, Neil.
Nathan,
Yeah.
you gonna be able to make it today?
Maybe.
I tried to get you to message yesterday, but I had a hard time getting in the middle of the frigging moon rotating. So I just left.
You know
You
why?
never had a
Because it's not
housewife though.
rotating. That's why.
It was one of those. It got that serious, huh?
We had a heated debate about Narnia. Yes.
Oh, that's funny you should say that, because when I tried to interrupt, I was told this is very important, Neil. Shut up. Really?
Just whatever you're interrupting, Leo. It's very important. Shut up.
It's so new, right? It even has in one of the lyrics of the song, it even has but the new thing that I came out with about the hardest thing about being a Glober.
Telling your father you're gay?
Oh, so gay. You need to check that song out, man. It's a banger.
Did you say the part about being a Glover is telling your father you're gay? Is that what you
You
said?
ever heard that one? Yeah, come on 24/7 about, I don't know, it was like 5 days ago, and there was like 56 people in there, and everyone was quiet. And I said, you know the hardest thing about being a Glover? A couple people said, no. Telling your dad you're gay. It made it to the song.
Wow, must have had an impact.
Yeah, too funny.
I'm
Just a
having
bit
a hard time
self-involved.
believing.
Say again?
I'm having a hard time believing that was an AI voice. I mean, I guess it could be. I ain't up to date on the technology, but I'm having a hard time believing that.
That song is banging, dude. And whoever's singing that, he can sing her ass off.
Yes, she can.
Well, when Nathan closes the show out, we'll play it.
And on that note, a big special thank you to everyone in our Discord.
No, he's not closing out the show these days, just out of spite.
No, I'm playing a game. I'm quite happy.
Say again?
I said I'm playing a game. I'm quite happy.
Oh, close to victory royale. Here is it all AI then? So it's not an original song.
Let me go back. It's not an original song. Let me go back because last night I asked him, hold on a second. It was so good. I said, what the hell? How in the world did you do that? He said, using AI. I've been making a bunch of songs using it. I can make endless songs. So if you want more, just let me know. That genre of music. So it's completely AI.
Ah. Well, in which
Oh my
case,
God.
there can't be a copyright strike, can there?
He said that I have the rights. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
If you want to, John, he says, you also have full license to do what you want with that song. It's yours.
Yeah. So, yeah, I thought it was a cover of something because it sounded so good. I thought it's just someone that's over singing a tune. You know, I don't know music very well. It's like you and science, bit of limited knowledge. You know what I mean? So I've just assumed it's a proper tune and someone's, just
right
bit of queuing over. So if that's the case, then it's perfectly good to go, isn't it? It's not touchable.
I think Nathan should play it.
I think there's a reason for him not to now. Other than he's in the middle of.
Yeah, there is. He's quite happy playing a game. That's what he said. In other words, that's what he's happy doing. He already gave us the reason beforehand.
Or as you call it in the biz, crushing noobs.
Or is he checking his GoFundMe for his sex change operation?
What y'all talking about?
What's you talking about?
I'm listening to y'all off and on, but I'm doing these what they call CBLs for this medical thing. It's like every year you got to do these things for this hospital.
We're talking
But
about.
I'm hearing y'all. I heard something about
talking
QE said he was gay. I heard one thing about QE. You said you had to tell your dad you were gay, something like that. That was the toughest thing you did in life.
It's a struggle, Brian. Daily. Brian, did you listen to it? Didn't I send it to you?
No, I saw it, but no, I didn't because I hadn't had a chance to be on a computer. I can't listen to any of them through my phone for some reason.
Oh.
All right, back to work, guys. Talk to y'all tomorrow.
See you later, heroes.
All right.
Hey, Dave.
Peace, bro.
So are we going to get back to Nathan's sex exchange operation or what?
I'm not funding it.
Yeah, I think the moment's gone. I still can't believe that's AI. That's insane.
Yeah, that's a badass song, man. It didn't affect my ego whatsoever. Hey, honey, is the limo still coming?
You can see him now, right?
You're not going to be able to get your head through the door anymore.
Go ahead, Adam.
I've just got a picture of you now. Big fat sovereign rings, pair of shades, hat turned backwards.
I tell you what, you should put that as your opener for your when you do a treatment by yourself. That should be your part of your intro.
You're not going to open the show tonight, right?
Yeah.
Got to.
After Ballbusters intro.
Cool. So late start tonight then. Is it officially Ballbusters tonight then?
It's official Ballbusters, yes.
Yeah. Cool.
Hey,
What time?
Nathan.
What time?
Close out so we can listen to the song. Shit.
No.
No. Close out any other damn time.
Brian, quick, say something.
Normally, we've been moaned at, and then the show rounded up, won't we? But now we.
Yeah, he's looking for reasons to close
Brian,
it.
start talking. Brian,
well,
go ahead.
He said, Brian, quick, say something.
I'm with that.
There's the on the spot fallacy, you guys. Putting Brian on the spot. That's a fallacy.
Start talking about vaccines or something.
Yeah. Let's talk about the Holocaust.
What about the no consequences fallacy that's constantly being committed by certain people?
The no
I think that's
consequences
a
policy.
gameful thing for later on, isn't it, Neil?
Malcolm Adam is the only one that is in tune with Neil Cosentino. Oh boy!
No, we all
Just gonna
hear
see
you.
if you pick up on it.
We pick up on it. We pick up on everything you say. That's why
You pimp up. You said it right. You were about to say you pimp up on it.
Yeah. That's why we
Damn
roll on
flat Earth
by.
pimp. That's not why you all got quiet. You all got quiet because you're waiting for him to round out the show so you can get that song played. Play the dance song, Nathan. Stop worrying about getting sang. No, again. Following the rules like a woman.
I will round out.
Follow the rules like a woman.
With that, I will say a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!